death claiming them swiftly. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the beam vanished, leaving only a trail of smoke and scorched earth. The way was clear, and the orcs let out a great cheer, not caring about their losses. "Down, now, form a line!" Sergen screamed. "We can't let them in!" Antonil stared in shock, knowing he should act, but unable to. The way was clear. Just like that, all their walls, all their preparations meant nothing. The way was clear. "Snap out of it!" Tarlak shouted as he joined the surge down the steps. Antonil grabbed him before he could get away. "You protect us from him," he said. "We can fight the orcs, but that foe is beyond us." Tarlak paused, then nodded. That done, they both rushed to the ground, Antonil taking his place in the center of the formation of shields and swords. Through the blackened stone and broken pieces of the gate, they watched the orc army come barreling in with wild abandon. Antonil spared a glance over his shoulder, hoping for a miracle, but hundreds of reinforcements were not marching down the street to save them. They were alone. "Thanks, Elisa," he thought bitterly. "You're our city's savior." "Hold!" Sergen shouted from the front line, a wall of shields on either side of him. "Hold!" The walls nearly empty but for a few scattered archers. The remainder of the forces gathered to hold the gate, a mere 400 against thousands. The challenge was overwhelming, the narrowness of the entryway their only hope. "They broke our gate," Antonil shouted mere seconds before the army slammed into them, and the bloody chaos began. "Let's build a new one with their dead." Chapter 27. Every hour someone came to change the torches that bathed Zusa in light. She remained chained to the wall, her wrists rubbed raw by the metal of the manacles. She'd tried wriggling free, but they were far too tight, and it seemed her fingers were always tingling, just shy of falling asleep. "Time to eat yet, Scar?" Zusa asked the man, middle-aged and with a long scar across the top of his head that left a gap in his short brown hair. He was one of several she saw consistently coming down into her little prison, and she had yet to learn his name despite repeated attempts. Eventually she'd named him herself, the reference to his obvious deformity annoying him, and Zusa found amusement in that little bit of power. "I haven't decided yet," Scar said, lighting a fresh torch using the old one, then setting it into its holder. "How about the bath? You know I look forward to it." The man glared and remained silent. Zusa leaned back her head, closing her eyes as she smiled. Musin, in his insanity, seemed to truly believe he could win Zusa over with time. Despite her imprisonment, she'd been treated well, fed meals twice a day, and given water to drink whenever she requested it. Every night someone, always a woman she noticed, would come to remove her clothes and then bathe her. She'd clean the shit and piss, washing it away with buckets of water and plentiful rags, and then scrub until Zusa was clean, relative to her surroundings. Her original clothes remained in the far corner, just within the reach of the torchlight, while the outfit she currently wore was one of the many they'd changed her into after bathings. She'd thought to escape during the bathing, but the bather never seemed to have the key to her manacles, and she saw no way to escape them even if left unguarded. If only she could find a way to snuff out the damned torches. "I'm not the one in charge of wiping your ass," Scar said, moving on to the next torch. "Do you want to be?" she asked. "I know some men like that sort of thing." He rolled his eyes in disgust. Zusa continued to watch, wishing she could get more of a rise out of the man. Once she decided on an attempt to escape, being able to manipulate her lone guard could prove vital. By the abyss, if she could get him close, get him angry and careless, that might be all she would need, for swinging from his belt was a single large key, and she felt certain it was for her manacles. As Scar was finishing swapping out the last of the torches, the door on the far side banged open, and Zusa flinched at the sudden noise. 2 men rushed in. One she recognized, one she did not. The familiar one was a fairly squat man with green eyes, missing teeth, and an impressively large nose. She'd begun calling him Wart, due to the many that grew on his hands. "What the fuck?" Scar asked, glaring at the two. "Nearly burned my hand off 'cause of you."
"Everything's gone to shit,"
Wart said, tugging at the collar of his shirt.
Thren made this giant spider illusion over the whole city, and it's triggered something fierce.
Seems our entire damn guild has turned traitor. Had to kill 2 of our own just to make it here without dying. Scar stood frozen where he was, mouth hanging open. "Jace," he said, and the tall man with Wart nodded his head. "It's bad," he said, and he swallowed as if he tasted something foul between his teeth. "We might need to start thinking about abandoning the Sun Guild if we want to live." All 3 of them fell silent for a moment, until Scar muttered a curse under his breath. "Let me see this," he said, pushing past them so he could exit through the door. Jace and Wart remained down there, arms crossed, looking lost and confused. The rug had been yanked out from underneath them, and it amused Zusa to no end, seeing how lost they looked without their precious Musean to guarantee them safety. Scar came back down the stairs, and he appeared angrier than before. "Cheap tricks," he said. "That's all it is. Cheap tricks to go with one last desperate attempt at power. We'll ride this out, the 3 of us, until Musean gets things back under control." "You don't get it," Wart argued. "There is no getting this under control. You think I'd be this scared if it were only a few casting aside the pointed star? You 2 are more than outsiders, but I'm from here, right here, and I got a spider tattoo hidden on my arm. You want to know what Thren'll do to me if this overthrow succeeds, and I'm not a part of it? Musean will do you 10 times worse if you turn traitor now," Scar argued. "And if you're from here, then you know how easily we took over these streets. We won't lose them, not when Musean hits back." From the far corner, Zusa interrupted them with her laughter. "Which killer will you run to like the scared children you are?" she asked them. "Which one will you bet your life on succeeding? Guess right and live. Guess wrong and die like the traitors you are. I'm the one in chains, yet my life is safer than yours." None of the 3 seemed too pleased with that fact. "We can't stay," Jace said. "No matter which side we join, too many know about this place. I say we cut our losses and run. Take neither side and see if we can hide in the chaos. When things settle down, we'll join with the winner, and no one will be the wiser." "We leave and abandon her. There's no rejoining Musean," Scar said. "We might as well cut her throat and then toss on the grey cloaks of the spider." Zusa grinned at them despite the chilling of her blood. Suddenly, the conversation was not quite so amusing. "Then let me go," she said. "Say I escaped while you were distracted. Do you think it'll be the first time I have done so? I'm a complication, so let me out, and you can do whatever you wish." The 3 exchanged a look, and she sensed the unspoken debate flowing through them. "You're right," Wart said, the first to break the silence and turn her way. "You are a complication, and I'm thinking we remove that complication right now." He drew a dagger from his belt, and Zusa struggled to remain perfectly still and not reveal her growing panic. "Don't be stupid," she said. "Elisa Gemcroft will pay a princely sum to have me back. Take us somewhere safe, ransom me to Elisa, and then flee with your newfound wealth to somewhere neither Thren nor Musean has a presence." Scar grabbed Wart by the sleeve, halting his approach. "The reason we're holding her is because of the Gemcroft bitch," he said. "She might not be lying about that ransom." "What?" Wart asked. We've gone from keeping our heads down and waiting for a winner to suddenly negotiating ransom with one of the trifect. That's the damn opposite of laying low. I'm not looking to make a profit out of tonight. I just want to live. You can't spend coin if you're dead. He pulled his sleeve free, then pointed his dagger at Zusa. Do you think she's just a normal woman we can drag around? There's a reason we've got all those torches burning about her. She's some sort of witch or trickster, and the moment those manacles are off her wrists, we're all dead. I say cut her throat, find a place to hide, and wait until we know exactly what the fuck is going on. If she's so important to Elisa, then maybe we can sell Musean out to her once this all settles down, and we're ready to run. No matter who wins tonight, we can claim the winner was the one who killed her, Jace added. Scar glared back and forth, happy with neither. Zusa could sense his willpower breaking. Arms pinned behind her, she could think of no escape if they turned on her, no way to survive. She tried to let her panic fuel her determination, give some sort of influence to her words. You'll be making a mistake, she said. If you let me live and agree to a ransom, I'll make no attempt to escape. I'll have no reason to break my word, not if you don't break yours. It wasn't enough. The men were scared, and they didn't want to take any risks. She tried to think of another angle, but what was there besides coin? She couldn't offer them her body. They could rape her corpse if they truly wanted to, and besides that, the three seemed more interested in long-term survival than short-term gratification. Scar opened his mouth to say something, but then the shrieks from outside came. All three dropped to their knees and put their hands over their ears, wincing as if in terrible pain. Zusa closed her eyes and shivered as the wails washed over her like water. It seemed as if the screamers were mere inches away and on all sides as they let loose their agony. While the others looked baffled, Zusa felt the taint of Karak within each cry, and she did her best to fight against it. Even held captive, she would do all she could to deny her former god and any power he might hold over her. Several more times they sounded, each time like needles to her skin. There was no rational thought to the fear, no reason, just the sound of horrible torment and a gut belief that somehow she would soon suffer in the same way. What released the cry, or what Karak could have to do with anything, Zusa had not the slightest clue. It seemed the other three in the room didn't either. At last the wailing ceased, and the ensuing silence was almost beautiful. Feeling as if she'd just run a dozen miles, her body lifted and fell with her deep breaths as she glared at her captors. You three are all in over your heads, she told them. Just flee. Flee from here as fast as you can if you want to see the sunrise. Before any could respond, the door swung inward again, and a woman wearing a long coat of the sun stepped inside. Soldiers, she cried. We need you now. Scar looked to the others, then nodded at their unspoken question. Go, he said. I'll handle this. The chains holding her hands behind her back were incredibly short and low to the floor, forcing Zusa to kneel. As the rest rushed out the door and Scar slowly approached while drawing his dagger, Zusa forced her knees up and her feet underneath her. No matter what happened, she was going to fight him. Eyes on his, she watched every step, and she wished she could project her very will as a blade to slay him. This is your own fault, you know, Scar said. You turned on Musean, and you got yourself caught. There's no one else to blame, so you can spare me that glare. He towered over her, blade in his right hand, light from the torches illuminating the ugly scar across his head. Just make it quick, she said, every muscle in her body tense. Squatting down so his face was even with hers, he smirked, his dagger hovering before her chest. If you insist, he said. Her knees were up before her, covering much of her body, and when Scar thrust the dagger, she hopped as best as her constricted body could manage. As her body began to fall, she jerked her knees all the way up. Instead of burying itself in her heart, the dagger pierced her kneecap before scraping to one side, blood splashing from the long, thin cut. The pain was intense, but Zusa made not a cry, her mind brutally focused so that nothing mattered but the quick, precise movements of her chained body. Upon hitting the ground, she snap-kicked, extended her leg as far as it could go. Her toes jammed into Scar's windpipe, and as much as it hurt her foot, she knew it hurt him far worse. The impact of the hit caused him to fall backward on instinct, but because he'd extended himself for his dagger thrust, the arm holding the weapon was much closer than the rest of his body. Thrusting out her legs again, abdominal muscles screaming from the movements after such long inaction, she closed her thighs around his wrist. Legs curling about his arm, she yanked the man to the floor. He was unable to brace himself, and his head snapped against the wood. She felt his arms slacken in her grip. Not dead, she thought. Dazed at best. With no way of grabbing the dagger that lay upon her thighs, she released her grip on Scar's arm and stretched out her foot, trying to use her toes to hook the key ring attached to his belt. She brushed it once, unable to secure it on her big toe, before Scar let out a moan and rolled away from her. Panicking, she tried to kick him in the throat, but he continued rolling. Zusa stared at the dagger between her legs, which had fallen during her attempts. No scenario existed in which she could somehow wield it against her captor. "You bitch," Scar murmured, slowly pushing himself onto his hands and knees. He looked her way, and she saw the already swelling purple bruise on his forehead, saw how bloodshot his eyes were. When he spoke, his voice was raspy and painful to listen to, but he was able to draw breath, which was all that mattered. Scar struggled back to his stand, and safely out of kicking distance, he stood over her, panting. "You bitch," he said again, louder, stronger. His eyes, which had been glazed when he first looked her way, regained their focus. His hands curled into fists, and she knew whatever hope she'd had of escape was gone. "What sort of demon are you?" Scar asked. "Just a trickster or a witch," she said, praying that her death would be quick. She smiled, despite feeling like she wanted to throw up. "I thought you knew that." He looked to the dagger between her legs, decided against it, and instead staggered to her pile of clothes in the corner. He reached into the pile and withdrew one of Zeus's original daggers. Holding it tightly, blade downward, he stalked back toward her with a sick gleam in his eye. "I did," he said. "You little trickster. Let's see how well you kick when you have no feet." The door banged open, and both turned to see Wart's body tumbling down the stairs. Scar froze, suddenly unsure, and then in stepped a soldier wearing a blessedly familiar tabard, sword in hand, fresh blood on both his blade and his armor. Scar, apparently coming to a decision, dropped the knife and lifted his hands into the air. "I surrender," he started to say. He never had the chance to finish the offer. The soldier took 2 steps and slashed out the man's throat. Body crumpling to the ground, the soldier knelt, retrieved the key, and then went to Zusa's side, as more soldiers tramped down the steps and into the room. "Lean forward," the soldier said. Zusa did so, and he reached behind her and unlocked the manacles. The moment she heard them snap open, she pulled forward and let out a single sob. Her muscles screamed from the movement, but it felt so good to have her arms no longer trapped behind her. Accepting the soldier's offered hand, she stood on wobbly feet. At the door, the last of the armored men entered, one of them holding Alisa's hand as he led her into the room. Zusa felt her breath catch in her throat, and she thought of every single second of the last time she'd seen her. "Zusa?" Alisa asked, her eyes still the solid black they'd been on their previous meeting. "I'm here," Zusa said, voice sounding weak to her own ears. She didn't know what to expect. She didn't know how her friend would react after rejecting her earlier advances. Tired mind, a swirling mixture of exhaustion, shame, and relief, Zusa felt paralyzed with indecision. She almost dropped to one knee in respect to thank Elisa, but there was no chance to do so. Elisa took 2 rapid steps, then burst out in a run toward the sound of her voice. Arms flinging open, she hit Zusa at full speed, latching onto her with trembling strength. Zusa caught her, and unable to stand, she fell back a step to brace against the wall. Elisa's fingers dug into her back, and tears ran down her face. When Zusa opened her mouth to say something, anything, Elisa silenced it with a kiss. "I'm sorry," Elisa whispered when she finally pulled free. "I'm so sorry for all I've done, and tonight I'm making it right. I'm taking Nathaniel, and we're leaving this damn city. I won't lose you again, not ever. Do you understand me? Of all the things I've failed, I won't let your love be one of them." Tears ran down Zusa's cheeks as well, and she pressed her palm against Elisa's beautiful face, smiled down at her. "Thank you," she said. "Now please, I feel disgusting. Let me change into something clean." Gently pulling from Elisa's embrace, she passed through the path the soldiers opened for her to the other side of the room where her clothes remained piled. Not caring that the men might watch, Zusa hurried out of the simple shirt and pants one of Musion's women had put her in, then slipped on the outfit she'd first built in a fit of anger at Elisa. Doing her best to put such a frustrating memory behind her, she put on the pants, pulled the shirt and cloak over her head, and then tightened the belt. Sliding the daggers into their sheaths, she felt whole, felt herself, and she returned to where Elisa waited and took her hand. "Let's go home," Zusa said. "It's not that simple," Elisa said as they filed up the stairs and out into the streets, wet with rain, which continued to fall. "An army's come, and Antonio needs my men." Her mercenaries, all 500 of them, were gathered about where Zusa had been held prisoner, the cellar of a nondescript home. They'd fully surrounded the place, and several hundred were waiting in formation in the street. Zusa pulled her hood over her face to protect it from the rain. "Where are we going?" she asked as they took their place in the very heart of the formation. "To the west gate," Elisa answered. Their march was slow, and Zusa tried to relax as they made their way. Ahead of them she heard the constant beating of drums, and several times the invaders let out deep-throated war cries that made even the hardiest of men with them seem nervous. Zusa almost suggested that she and Elisa be dropped off at the mansion, but would either be much safer there than surrounded by the armed mercenaries loyal to her? Zusa decided perhaps not. From what she could see, several fires burned throughout the city despite the rain, plumes of dark smoke rising up to the storm clouds. Twice they passed dead bodies lying at the entrance to a home, the scenes carrying the look of executions given the undressed state of the victims. "Is this Musion's doing?" Zusa asked upon seeing a third. "Is what?" "The bodies," Zusa answered, feeling foolish. "There's dead bodies at the entrances of several homes." Elisa shrugged. "Let the underworld eat each other for all I care. This city is no longer my own." Zusa had a feeling that would be easier said than done, but she did not argue the point. It felt good just to be walking, and to have her arms swinging at her sides instead of locked behind her back. The good feelings lasted until she heard a voice cry out to them from the rooftops. "Lady Gemcroft!" The squad froze, and dozens of soldiers looked up to where a handsome man with brown eyes and dark hair knelt on a rooftop. Based on the color of his cloak, he was a member of the Ash, one of the twins, she realized. "Explain yourself," one of the commanders of the mercenaries shouted, drawing his blade in anticipation of an ambush. Instead, the thief swung down to the ground, unafraid of the many armed men clearly unhappy with his arrival. Lady Gemcroft? He repeated, getting as close as he could to Elisa before a wall of soldiers stopped him. We need you at the southern gate. Guard Captain Copernicus said he needed us at the west, Elisa said. The soldiers tried to push him aside, but the man resisted. It is not Antonil who needs you, he cried. It is your son. Elisa froze, and Zusa felt her grip on her hand tighten tenfold. My son is safe at home, she said, but it sounded like even she did not believe it. No, he's not. Elisa motioned for her men to make way. Guessing her intent, Zusa led her so that Elisa was dangerously close to a dangerous man. If this is a lie, I will have my men string you from your innards from the top of a lamppost, Elisa said. Now where is my son? The Ash Guild rogue licked his lips, then grinned. Follow me, he said, and tell your men to ready their swords. They'll be needed. Chapter 28. Thren finally slowed his run as he neared the explosion caused by one of Musian's tiles, and Haern was happy he had. Besides giving Haern a chance to catch his breath, it also meant Thren didn't plan on just blindly running into what was certainly an ambush. You're not tired, are you? Thren asked, looking at him sideways. I can fight for hours more, Haern said, and he wasn't lying. Worry about yourself. Thren shrugged, dismissing the matter as quickly as he'd brought it up. The two were beneath an awning erected before a tannery, momentarily safe from the soft rain. Peering out from underneath, Thren stared at the lingering smoke of the explosion, which continued unabated by the rain. If it's an ambush, he'll want to spring it when we're completely surrounded, Thren said, musing aloud. That means his men must be hidden so we do not see them on our approach. He'll also have to be ready from all directions, Haern added. There's no way for him to know where we'll be approaching from. Thren frowned, thinking. They'll be inside at least 2 different buildings, he said, possibly even the ones that Tile just wrecked. I bet they have a few on the rooftops as well, just decoys to make us think the ambush isn't as heavily manned as it is. You act as if you can read his mind. Thren glared at him. I was his pupil for many years, Watcher. I have a feel for how he thinks. Right now, he's hoping we come rushing in across the rooftops, kill the few up top, and then drop down to the street to investigate. Which means we're going to do the opposite. Haern joined him in looking at the smoke, which rose on the other side of 2 more buildings. And what is that? He asked. Thren drew his swords, stretched his back. Stay low, stay together, and scour the nearby buildings while leaving the scouts up top alive and unaware. Haern couldn't help himself. And what if Musian anticipated you seeing through his plan and prepared an ambush for us doing just that? Thren let out a snort. Then he's the god he pretends to be, and trying to outthink him will be like chasing our own tails. Forgive me for not buying into the elf's legend. He's not perfect. He's not infallible. That's what tonight is all about, Watcher. Tonight we prove that bastard's mortal. Haern drew his swords, and he saluted his father. To noble goals, he said, grinning. Together they ran, crouching low to keep their profiles as minimal as possible. Upon crossing the street, Haern slid around the side of the tall building, back pressed against it. Given the darkness and the rain, seeing him would be all but impossible. Above him was a window, and he turned about, put a boot on Thren's offered hands, and then leaped to catch its windowsill. Pulling up, he crouched on the windowsill and peered inside. The room was incredibly dark, but the magic of Haern's hood let him see as if soft starlight bathed the interior. He was in an upstairs storeroom filled with crates stuffed with various metal bits and screws. On the other side was a second window, and peering out of it with his shoulder pressed against the wall was the dark outline of one of Musian's thugs. Carefully, Haern crept down from the window and then slowly crossed the distance. Given the little light coming from the windows, he knew only sound could give him away, and between the boots Brugh had made him and his own lengthy training, no sound would be made. Bathed in darkness, he felt his watcher persona stirring. Tonight was a night for murder, an art he had long perfected. Once he was a few feet away, Haern drew his dagger and held his breath. So far the man still peered out the window, no doubt hoping to catch a glimpse of Thren or the Watcher. Now, much closer, Haern could see he was incredibly young, maybe 15 at most. Strangely enough, he was very softly whistling, no doubt thinking the storm would overwhelm the noise. The song was even cheerful, not nervous as Haern had first assumed. To kill him was to end the song. Haern knew this should give him pause, perhaps guilt, but instead the confidence of it angered him further. All across the city, men and women were dying. At the gates, soldiers fought for their lives. In the streets, the old guilds were rising up, slaughtering the new that had taken their place. Yet here, in this hollowed section of the city, members of the Sun waited for him and Thren like it was just a game, as if victory were already assured. Sickened, and with his pride wounded, Haern burst into movement. He clamped a hand over the man's face, then jammed the dagger into his back. The whistle turned into a gargle. Yanking out the dagger, Haern thrust it again and again, each stab more vicious than the last as he felt the Watcher persona fully take control. Dragging the limp body away from the window, Haern gently let it drop, then returned to the window he'd entered from. Thren remained outside it, patiently waiting. Leaning out, Haern offered him his hand. Thren leaped, caught it, and then climbed up with his feet as Haern pulled. "Just one?" Thren whispered once he was inside. "Up here, anyway," Haern whispered back. "The stairs are over there. Can you see 'em?" "I can't," Thren said. "But I don't need to. Lead the way and I'll follow." To the stairs they went, Haern realizing that his father had grabbed the bottom of his cloak and was using it to guide himself. At the top of the stairs, Haern peered down and saw that someone must have lit a small fire or torch, given the way red and yellow light flickered against the wall, casting shadows. None appeared to be of men or women, leaving Haern with no clue as to how many were downstairs. Moving down 3 steps, the farthest he could go before he might be visible to those downstairs, he tensed for action. They'd need to act fast, just in case the numbers were far greater than they expected. "Wait," he mouthed to Thren, who was 1 step behind him. Just in case the light from downstairs was not enough, he held out his right hand, blocking Thren's way. Tensed and ready to run, Haern waited, knowing it shouldn't be long. When lightning flashed, filling both floors with momentary light, Haern rushed down the steps 2 at a time. Thunder rumbled, and combined with the rain, he hoped the noise might mask their descent. Upon hitting the bottom, he pivoted, leaping with sabers leading. 4 members of the Sun were gathered in a store, 2 men waiting at the door across from Haern, 2 more holding crossbows as they peered out the nearby windows. A lantern burned from a hook in the center of the ceiling, casting amber light across the 2 rows of shelves. It seemed they had not heard their approach, and Haern grinned with grim amusement at their intense concentration. As he crossed the room, he hopped atop the shelf, which was pleasantly thick and sturdy. A spare glance behind showed Thren climbing the other, and together they crouched along. Halfway there, they stopped when Thren was directly beneath the lantern. "On your signal," Thren mouthed as he reached up to touch the lantern. Haern nodded, and he could not help himself. He counted to 3, then let out a soft whistle, the same song as the man upstairs. Out went the lantern, flooding the store with darkness. "Shit!" he heard one of them cry, coupled with the twang of a crossbow string. Haern heard it strike the wood of the far wall, no doubt somewhere near the staircase. They didn't realize how high up they were, how fast they rushed toward them. Thren leaped first, and Haern followed, the 2 descending upon the 4 before they could realize the danger they were in. Haern extended his legs, his heels slamming into the chest of the other crossbowman. The body crumpled beneath him. Just to be sure, Haern jammed his sabers downward until they both hit flesh. The man to his right swung at Haern's face, but he dipped below, yanking free his sabers and then whirling, both blades cutting across his foe's chest and waist. As the rogue cried out in pain, Haern completed his turn, bringing his sabers back down, this time across the neck and shoulders. The man crumpled, and having finished his opponents, Haern looked to see Thren having done likewise, one of his short swords still sticking out of the back of a Sun member lying face down beside the window. "Did they hear us?" Thren whispered. Haern almost admired how quickly he could put the dead out of his mind, always focused on the task at hand. "I'm not sure," Haern whispered. They'd only allowed a single cry of pain. Swiping clean his sabers on a dead man's coat, he leaned against the wall and peered out the window. He saw only an empty street, the two buildings on the other side appearing dim and empty. Not far to his left was the destruction left by the exploded tile. The street turned into a crater, the nearby buildings crumpled into ruin. They, too, were dark. The realization made Haern's nerves tingle. "This was the only one with a lantern," Haern said. Thren caught his meaning immediately. "Drawn like moths," he said. "Upstairs, now." This time, without need for stealth, they ran as fast as they could, and by the time Haern set foot on the bottom stair, he heard the door to the store bang open. A crossbow bolt thudded into the wall behind him as he followed Thren into the upstairs storeroom. The windows both had grappling hooks attached to them from the outside, but so far no one had made the climb. "Take the windows," Thren said. "I'll hold the stairs." "Sure, claim the easy job," Haern said, rushing the window to his left. As a woman grabbed hold of the sill and started to pull herself up, Haern took advantage of his momentum and leaped into a kick. His right heel slammed into her chest while she was still halfway inside, and against such force she could not maintain her grip. With a cry, she fell back outside, returning to the rain and the dark. Landing on his side, Haern ignored the jolt to his elbow, rolled to his feet, and then leaped to the other window. An ugly man with a four-pointed star on his chest hopped into the room, and he drew his daggers just before Haern tore into him, making a mockery of the man's defenses. 2 vicious hits, and the man staggered back to the window. Feinting a thrust to put him out of position, Haern cut across his groin, the pain breaking whatever concentration the man had had. When he instinctively doubled over in pain, Haern uppercut him with the butt of his saber, then stabbed. His sabers buried themselves halfway to the hilt in the man's chest, and with a kick, Haern sent him tumbling out the window to the ground below. Haern was tempted to cut at the rope of the grappling hook, but knew he had no time. Rushing to the other window, he caught sight of Thren battling 2 at once, using the limited space and his height advantage to keep them bottlenecked at the top of the stairs. Trusting him to hold, Haern engaged the 2 sons who had made it inside. They stood shoulder to shoulder, trying to form a defensive perimeter to protect the rest who climbed. Despite how young they looked, each had 7 rings in his left ear. Skilled for such youth, Haern realized. The Sun Guild was throwing its very best at them in one last-ditch attempt at victory. That number stops at 7, Haern thought as he spun. With such little light, he knew the twirling of his cloak would be an indecipherable jumble of gray and black. They tensed, unsure where his attack would come from and not knowing he had fallen to his knees. Swiping sabers wide each way, he jammed the blades through their boots and into the tender flesh just below their shins. He yanked the weapons free as he pulled back, spraying blood across the floor. The 2, unable to evenly brace their weight, Haern assaulted the one on the right, beating him away from the window with a flurry of slashes. When the other tried to aid him, Haern immediately switched targets, parrying a thrust high and then kicking him in the stomach. The window now unblocked, Haern pivoted, stabbed the throat of a third still trying to climb through, and then returned his attention to the one on the right. One hand pushed aside the frantic attempt to block, the other plunged a saber into the man's chest. As he dropped, Haern left the saber embedded, drew a dagger from his belt, and then flung it across the room. He'd hoped merely for a distraction, but luck was with him. the throw embedding the dagger in the eye of a man pulling himself up from the other window. The body slumped over, half in, half out. "Running out of time," Haern yelled to Thren as he blocked a swing, juked one way, then pulled his other saber free. His opponent tried to press the attack, but Haern was already on the move, just a ghost in the room the other could not hope to follow. Dashing one way, then another, he caught him off guard with a kick to the groin, then a second kick to the chest. The man stumbled back, hitting yet another, trying to climb through the window. Haern left them entangled and ran to Thren's side. There were 4 on the stairs, 2 of whom had managed to make it to the very top step and even height with Thren. It was taking all of Thren's skill to keep them at bay, parrying and thrusting with his short swords, their battle illuminated by a single torch carried by a man at the bottom of the stairs. When Haern joined, however, it went from a close battle to a slaughter. His father taking the left, Haern the right, they cut the 2 down, then sent the bodies tumbling into the others. "Follow me," Haern said, dashing to the left window. The entangled pair had just managed to make it inside, and Haern crashed into them like a whirlwind. The first fell, a gaping hole in his throat, while the other managed to barely avoid death by leaping to his left, and right into Thren's charge. His father brought him down with ease, and with the window free, Haern put a foot on the ledge, stepped out, and spun to grab the rooftop. Pulling himself up, he rolled onto his back and gasped in air. His heart pounded in his chest, yet they weren't close to finished. Thren joined him a moment later, dropping to both knees as he also fought for breath. "They won't follow through the windows," he said. "Too easy to defend. They'll come from the other rooftops." "Makes sense," Haern said. "Question is, how many?" "Does it matter?" Thren asked. "We'll have our answer soon enough." Haern sat up, then hopped to his feet. Twirling his sabers, he pointed east. "This side's mine," he said. "You take the west. Fall back to the middle if you cannot hold." True to Thren's assumption, the remaining members of the Sun Guild scaled the 2 adjacent buildings, gathering on the flat rooftops in preparation for an assault. Haern saw 4 on his side, and a glance over his shoulder showed 5 at the other. Terrible numbers, but they'd need to cross the gap between the buildings. An easy feat under normal circumstances. With Haern and Thren protecting the way? Hopefully that would prove far more fatal. "What are you waiting for?" Haern shouted when the 4 remained where they were. "The fun's over here, not over there." One of them raised an arm, and Haern realized they were synchronizing their attacks from both sides. Not a bad idea, Haern thought, though it gave him and Thren even more time to catch their breaths. All in all, a trade he'd gladly take. The fist dropped, and the 4 ran. They'd been bunched together, but upon receiving the signal, they spaced out so that they covered the building from corner to corner. Haern pulled back a step, knowing he could not protect the entire stretch of the wall, which meant he had to make sure the first exchange of the battle was lethal before they could surround him. No doubt they'd assumed he'd stay near the middle, but just before they leaped, Haern dashed north. He saw the panic in the farthest of the rogues, saw how the woman tried to bring her weapon to bear. It only botched her landing, her left ankle twisting upon contact with the roof. As she fell, Haern was ready, dropping to his knees and then bracing his sabers. The woman rolled straight into him, as if for an embrace, and the movement impaled her on his blades. Lifting her up to a stand, Haern stared into her dying eyes. He looked for malice, or for fury, but he saw only fading surprise and shock as her blood poured across his hands. Berating himself for such weakness, he kicked her body off the rooftop, then turned to the others. Only 3 now, and he let the magic of his hood dim, let them see the grin on his face. He felt no joy whatsoever, but they need not know that. Let them see a monster reveling in battle. Let them see the blood of their friend upon his sabers and be afraid. When he attacked, 2 met the charge, the 3rd hesitating out of fear. Better than he'd hoped. Haern never slowed, and when the men planted their feet and swung, Haern dropped to his side, sliding beneath them on the rain-slick rooftop. Back on his feet in a heartbeat, he rushed the frightened, solitary man who had retreated to the rooftop's edge.
"No, wait!"
he shouted, green eyes wide, scraggly red hair drenched with rain. It was so strange to hear. Wait. For what? Did he want mercy? Was he hoping to somehow survive after all his guild had done? Haern kicked him in the chest, sending him tumbling off the building. He didn't watch him fall. When he heard the sickening crunch of the body smacking the hard stone below, Haern envisioned the breaking bones, and he saw the shocked look on the face of the woman he'd killed moments earlier. Was that how greatly Musion had won over these men and women? Did they think death could never come for them so long as they wore the four-pointed star? Haern whirled, remembering the other two, but it seemed they'd chosen safer prey. Thren had fallen back to the center of the rooftop as Haern had ordered, 2 of his 5 dead, the other 3 methodically cutting and thrusting in rhythm so Thren could not manage a counter. With 2 more rushing in from his blind side, he'd be a dead man. Haern had to be faster. Picking up speed, legs pumping, he let out a scream and prayed his father would obey. "Thren! Turn!" His father disengaged a step from the 3, then spun to face the other 2. His back was vulnerable, but as Thren blocked the attacks of his ambushers, Haern came crashing in from the other side. Mind focused to a razor's edge, Haern spun and blocked, parried and twisted, his blades dancing in a weave the 3 could not hope to match. One fell, heel sliced out, and then a second dropped. A red smile opened on his throat. Haern never lost momentum, stabbing the wounded man in the heart as he leaped over him, parrying a frantic thrust of a dagger, and then plunging both sabers into his final opponent's chest. Pushing for a few steps, he twisted his sabers free as he shoved the body with his heel, sending him tumbling off the rooftop to die in the rain on the street below. Turning, he saw his father standing above the corpses of the final 2. Given how perfectly still he remained, how stiff his arms and tense his legs, Haern thought Thren had taken a wound. But then he followed his gaze to the nearby rooftop. Standing alone, rain beating down against his long coat, was Musion the Darkhand. He said nothing, only stood there watching as the soft wind of the storm played with the bottom of his coat. Slowly, Haern joined his father's side, and they both readied their weapons. Here he was. At long last, they faced the elf who had held the entire city hostage. "What is he waiting for?" Haern asked in a low voice. "For us to approach," Thren said. "It's his way of challenging us, seeing if we'll accept." "He'll kill us the moment we try to leap over." Thren shook his head. "That isn't like him. That elf's pride won't let him kill us except in a fair fight. 2 against 1. Hardly sounds fair." Thren grimaced. "Trust me," he said. "It's fair." He broke into a steady jog, and after a moment's hesitation, Haern followed. Together they reached the roof's edge, leaped over, and then landed before the master of the Sun Guild, who at last showed a sign of life. He smiled. Chapter 29. The symbol of the spider consuming the sun had just graced their skies when Deathmask arrived at the temple to Asher, the rest of his guild in tow. He was pleased to see Kaelin waiting for him underneath the awning of the temple, along with what appeared to be the majority of the priests and priestesses. Deathmask walked up their marble steps, giving not one thought to the rain. Rain, darkness, shadow. They only gave him more tools to spread fear. "It seems this is a night for strange bedfellows," Kaelin said, offering his hand to Deathmask, while looking up to the symbol of the spider slowly fading away before the crimson clouds. "Let the underworld decide its new king," Deathmask said. "We have more important matters to deal with. Are you and your kind ready?" Kaelin turned to those with him, about 20 in number. While Kaelin looked calm as ever, the rest were clearly nervous, and Deathmask hoped it would not affect their abilities should it come to battle. "We are," Kaelin said. "Good," Deathmask said. "Follow me." He hopped back down the steps, where Veliana and the twins waited. "I'm not comfortable with this," Veliana said, joining him in stride. "You don't need to be," Deathmask said as he hurried through the rain toward Karak's temple. "You just have to look pretty, be dangerous, and follow orders. Being comfortable is currently a perk we are not allowed to have." He glanced over his shoulder and saw the trail of priests and priestesses in their white robes falling behind and growing scattered. "Pick up the pace," he called to them. "Or is a bit of rain too much for your old bones?" "One day, when you are old, you will see how terrible it is for your bones to hate the rain," said Kaelin, who had caught up with him, the effort leaving him slightly out of breath. "My dear priest," said Deathmask, "I highly doubt I will ever have the privilege of growing old. I prefer far too interesting a life." Kaelin let out a soft laugh that might have been a cough. "I cannot decide if I pity you or envy you," he said. "I'd understand either, so go for both," Deathmask said, and he shouted once more for the priests to pick up their pace on the way to Karak's temple. They were halfway there when the first of the shrieks came over the walls. Deathmask dropped to his knees, feeling as if he'd been punched in the gut. Hands to his ears, he glared at the sky and the wailing skulls soaring in it. "It's just a spell," he told himself, trying to fight the effects. "Just a spell, you pathetic worm. Now stand up." His legs refused, however, his hands shaking even as they covered his ears. Clenching his teeth, he tried again, pushing away any thought of the sound, denying the magical chains that were being lashed to his body. Before he could try again, a soft ringing met his ears. Chanting. Singing. Looking to the priests, he saw that their hands were raised, soft whispers of light rising up like smoke from their fingertips. Upon his hearing their words, it seemed the cries of the skulls were very far away. This time when he tried to stand, he did so with ease, as did the rest of his guild. "Karak only desires obedience and order," Kaelin said, staring at the skulls with clear distaste. "He does not care how he achieves it, even if he must use fear and destruction." The eldest of the priests continued singing their chant to Asher, while the younger among them shrugged off the lingering effects. Deathmask dwelt in amusement at the irony of his leading such a glowing procession of song and light. The skulls now ignored, they continued down the street until they reached the large but vacant-looking mansion that was the disguised temple of Karak. Deathmask saw that several priests, all fairly young, stood at the corners of the building. "They've been keeping watch since sundown," Kaelin explained as the young priests came running upon spotting their group. "I see." Beckoning the stragglers over, Kaelin gave the entire procession their orders. "Spread out, all of you, just like you were told. Lift your hands to the sky and deny the darkness." Deathmask leaned over to Veliana as the priest gave his orders. "Stay hidden," he told her, "and keep the twins with you. If things go bad, I want you three to have the element of surprise. Just stay hidden until I make a move myself. Got it?" Veliana's foul look told him how unhappy she was with the idea, but she did not argue, nor did Mir and Nin. The three ran west, to the large mansion beside the temple, and scaled to the top. Trusting them to act wisely, Deathmask joined Kaelin's side. The old priest stood before the closed gates of the temple courtyard, hands at his hips. While many of the others sang hymns or offered prayers, Kaelin remained silent. "Will you not worship like the others?" Deathmask asked. "There is a time and place for everything," Kaelin said, "and for now, my heart is on the challenge at hand." "When do we attack?" The priest shook his head. "We will not. I told you this is merely a cage. Deathmask chuckled. We'll see how Karak's priests like being caged then. Will you call for them? Again, Kalen shook his head. They know we are here, and they will answer the challenge. It comes down to strength and will, and I pray we have enough of both. Deathmask would have preferred assaulting immediately instead of forfeiting the element of surprise, but he'd long ago learned his influence over men of faith was limited at best. Staying at Kalen's side, he watched the rest of Asher's faithful surround the temple, keeping an even spacing between them. Their singing grew louder, and given how it made Deathmask uncomfortable, he could only imagine what it felt like to Karak's worshippers inside. Nails on glass was his assumption. The singing continued for several minutes more. Deathmask remained tense, certain the priests inside were forming a plan of attack. Under no circumstances did he believe, even for a moment, that Karak's minions would willingly accept imprisonment on such an important night. Dipping his fingers into the bag of ash tied to his side, he almost put up his floating mask, then decided against it. Intimidating a priest of the dark god, the brutal lion of order? There was little point in that. Still, should push come to spellcasting, Deathmask trusted himself to have a trick or two neither party had seen before. With a deep rumble, the door to the temple opened. "About bloody time," Deathmask muttered. "Not sure I could handle any more singing." 6 priests stepped out, wearing the dark robes of their order. They all appeared to be in the later stages of life, hair gray or thinning. Some wore pendants of the lion, others chains of silver and gold on their wrists and bare ankles. None looked to be in a good mood, but neither did they seem particularly afraid. The 6 kept silent, only shifting so that 3 each were on either side of the temple door. Then came the 7th, and Deathmask knew immediately he was their leader, Pellerak. Besides the air of authority he carried, the chains around his neck signified his role as high priest. Deathmask knew little of him despite his time studying at the council's libraries and paying off informants throughout Veldaren. Pellerak stepped out from the others, and he lifted his arms. The priests of Asher quieted their song so Pellerak's words might be heard. "What foolish spectacle is this?" he asked. Though his frame was short and slender, he sounded larger than his body should allow, stronger, more intimidating. "You dare sing your songs of weakness and frailty so that they reverberate throughout the house of the strong. You dare spit in the face of the God who built this city, the God who would lift mankind up from the pit it has created for itself. Tell me why you have come, then leave us in peace." Kalen stepped forward, arms at his sides and head held high. In many ways, he and Pellerak seemed so similar, men who might have been brothers, if not for the gulf between their faiths. Except that while Kalen looked welcoming, and as if he could not hurt a butterfly, a hard edge seemed to lurk in Pellerak's features. "Peace is all we seek," Kalen said. "We have not come to fight, but we will if we must. Battle rages on the walls, and we cannot allow you to interfere. Remain in your temple until the night has passed, and then we shall leave you be." Pellerak looked to the priests surrounding his temple, then brought his attention back to Kalen. "Your greater numbers are irrelevant," he said. "And what is it you fear we will do in the battle? Aid in our own city's destruction? We fight against the chaos of life, child of Asher. We do not foster chaos. You have no purpose here. You accomplish nothing. Now go before Karak's might must be revealed to you." Kalen's voice was surprisingly steady given what he demanded. "Show me," he said, and it seemed even Pellerak was caught off guard. "Show me Karak's might." Death Mask drummed his fingers against his sides, almost itching to cast a spell. Was Kalen insane? Or did he yearn for a fight, despite his earlier claims? Taking a few more steps away from the priest, just for safety, of course, he watched in anticipation for what exactly, he was not sure. The might of Karak? What did that even mean? Were the two about to duel? Death Mask had to fight off the urge to glance up at Veliana and the twins on the rooftops to his left. If things got crazy, which he had a feeling could be a very serious possibility, he hoped the three would remain disciplined enough to wait for his signal to interfere. The last thing he wanted was to have his guild screw up something it didn't understand. Pelarak took 2 more steps, so that he was at the foot of the stairs, then stretched out his arms to either side, palms upward as if in supplication to the skies above. "So you ask," said the priest, "so shall you receive." The dark, empty-looking mansion suddenly changed. Behind Pelarak was now a towering edifice of black marble. Obsidian statues of the lion reared up all throughout its garden, and above its door was a skull of the beast, teeth stained red with blood. The place seemed to pulse with strength, the sight of it placing a worm of doubt in Death Mask's stomach, doubt that grew when Pelarak dropped to his knees before the temple and raised his arms higher. "I stand before the face of doubt," Pelarak cried to the heavens. "Karak, my god, give me your strength. Give me the might of the lion." It seemed the night grew darker, all color fading from the world. The 6 priests behind him began a dull chant, the words indecipherable. The temple seemed to pulse once, and then the rain grew silent. Whatever songs Asher's priests had been singing ended, for Death Mask heard them no longer. The sky above filled with stars, despite the rain, which continued to fall without any apparent source. "Behold the lion," Pelarak said, and it seemed the world trembled at the proclamation. "Behold the waiting truth at the end of life." Death Mask knew he stood on one of many dark, paved streets of Veldaren, but his mind refused to acknowledge it. Beneath his feet whirled a million stars, intermixed with shapes and colors similar to suns and clouds, only of a size vast beyond his comprehension. Firm ground remained beneath his feet, yet it felt as if he were floating, lost in the void. And then he realized the void was alive, breathing, grumbling, roaring. The lion had come. Death Mask saw its eyes before him, each one larger than the temple. His stomach twisted. Not larger than the temple, larger than the world, larger than 1,000,000 worlds. They burned with fire, and the gaze seemed to strip Death Mask down to naked flesh and bone, taking account of his life and dismissing it within a single beat of his heart. Before the infinite expanse, they were but specks of dust resting upon the tiniest of fleas that crawled through the celestial fur. Through his hands, Pelarak wielded the lion's power, guiding its claws, controlling the teeth made of stars and shadow. When the priest rose to his feet, letting out a primal cry of anger, the lion roared with him. Down its gullet, Death Mask saw 1,000,000 souls crawling in a futile attempt to escape, their shrieks of ache and torment so loud he felt he was trapped with them. When he breathed in deep, he smelled charred flesh and tasted burning meat on his tongue. On and on went the roar, terrifying in its ceaseless fury. Before such a display, he knew they had no chance to defeat it. Whatever tricks he wielded were nothing before such all-encompassing majesty. They'd awoken a foe that knew no equal, that feared no spell, that could not understand defeat. Also awoken was an emotion Death Mask had not felt in a very, very long time. Terror. All he could think to do was bow. And he was not the only one. Many of the priests of Asher did the same, crumpling to their knees as if someone had slashed out their heels. But Kalen did not. He took a step toward the temple and lifted a single glowing hand. Enough. His word was a shockwave that shook the world. A wave of light rolled off him in all directions, and as it passed over the rain, the drops themselves froze in place, hovering in midair. Deathmask let out a gasp, feeling as if fresh air had been poured into his lungs. Another step, and a glow spread throughout the priest's garment, softly enveloping his face and hands. "Behold the illusions," Kalen said, and it seemed that with every word he spoke, the light upon his body shone brighter. "Behold the lies, behold the fear." Everything, the power, the certainty, the worldly dominance, it all crumbled. The stars collapsed, the wailing souls ceased. The eyes of the lion became nothing, and high above, the dark clouds returned. No longer did fire burn in the distance, no longer did the smell of burning flesh reach his nose. "Behold the emptiness denied." Another shockwave, and the last of the godly beast vanished with a fading cry. The rain fell as it always had, and the patter of its landing upon the streets and rooftops returned. Kalen pointed to the temple, and at that simple gesture, the ground cracked between them like a spreading vein, breaking the obsidian stone steps. All 7 priests of Karak dropped to their knees, unable to stand. The priests of Asher returned to their feet, and they lifted their hands heavenward as they began to sing anew. "Your role this night is done," Kalen told the 7. "Go into your temple, and do not leave it." And then, to Deathmask's shock and relief, the priests did just that. "Never tangle with priests," he muttered to himself. "Should have listened to you, Vel." He glanced over his shoulder to where the rest of his guild were supposed to be hiding, curious if they had witnessed the same thing as he. It seemed they had, for Veliana was shaking her head at him, looking more disgusted than before. Even Mir and Neen appeared rattled, their weapons drawn and twirling in their fingers. Running his hands through his hair, Deathmask rejoined Kalen's side as the other priests resumed their songs. "You handled yourself well," the priest said at his arrival. "I'm not sure I agree," Deathmask said, thinking of his terror and hopelessness. "I've seen grown men weep and soil their garments before such demonstrations of power," Kalen said, shaking his head. "Many of my own fell to their knees just the same, and they had the strength of their faith to cling to in their despair. What do you have, to have not broken as they did?" "I have nothing, not even my own name," Deathmask said. "Maybe that's the trick, to have nothing?" The priest smiled a tired smile. "Perhaps," he said. Deathmask nodded to the temple as several more of the priests joined them, gathering toward the front now that the confrontation seemed to be over. "Plenty of time to go before all this madness settles down," he said. "At least it's good to know all the priests are locked up safe and tight while we figure everything else out." "Not all of them," one of the priests said, earning him Deathmask's full attention. He was one of the younger ones who had been watching over the temple while awaiting their arrival, Deathmask realized. "Would you care to elaborate?" he asked. The young man turned to Kalen, who nodded for him to continue. "A few left just before you arrived," the young man said. "Since they weren't many, just 5 of them, we stayed hidden like we were told." "You've done fine," Kalen said, putting a hand on the man's shoulder in an attempt to ease his worries. Deathmask, however, had no patience for such things. "Where did they go?" he asked. "What direction did they turn?" The man pointed down the street. They went all the way to the end, then turned south, he said. South. Deathmask took Calen by the arm and pulled him away from the others. Nearly all of Veldaren's soldiers have gathered at the west gate, he said in a low voice. Which leaves the south gate vulnerable, Calen said, finishing the thought. I'm sorry. I cannot spare any of my men. We must stay here and ensure those within the temple do not attempt to break through our line. Deathmask let out a groan. This was stupid. This was insane. Worst of all, this was completely not like him. But if the southern gate were to fall and the rest of the city fell with it, I'll make sure it holds, he said, and before Calen could say a word, he whipped about, motioned for the rest of his guild to join him, and then began jogging. He was halfway to the turn by the time they descended the building and caught up with him. Where are we going? Veliana asked. To the south gate, Deathmask said, to make sure no idiot priests open a door for our lovely invading orcs. No? Veliana said, and she stopped. Deathmask clenched his teeth to hold down his groan as he turned to face her. What was that? He asked. I said no. We're not soldiers. You're good at killing, Deathmask said. That's close enough. We don't fight wars, and we don't put our lives on the line for others without reason. Veliana crossed her arms. Do you really think this city has a chance to fall? These walls have stood for centuries. Let the king's men handle this. Deathmask knew others would be upset by being challenged so brazenly, but that was the reason he adored Veliana so in the first place. She spoke her mind, and more often than not, she was correct, but not this time. Listen to me, he said. Were you not paying attention when the skulls flew over the walls? This isn't a normal army. They aren't led by a normal leader, and the orcs aren't the kind to conquer a city in any civilized sense. This is extermination we all face, the obliteration of everything we've ever built. I don't feel like running for my life tonight, do you? Do any of you? The twins stood at either side of Veliana, faces eerily calm. A dead city is a boring city, said Mir to her. A profitless city? Added Neen. Veliana rolled her eyes. Sometimes you make me miss James Barron so much, she said, referring to the Ash Guild's former leader. Consider this protecting our investments if it makes you feel any better, Deathmask said as he resumed his jog down the road. And you'll have to tell me about gems some other time. Most everyone was staying inside their homes, doors locked and windows shuttered, which gave Deathmask a blessedly empty street to race down. Under different circumstances, it would have made a wonderful night to enjoy. If only it would stop raining, he could at least pretend things were fine and happy. Not that he'd have long to pretend as he and his guild raced toward the vulnerable southern gate. So far, it seemed the entirety of the battle had been focused on the western gate, with only a token guard left behind. Of that token guard, all appeared to have been slain, 2 corpses on the ground and a third man lying with his body hanging half off the ramparts above. Deathmask couldn't tell how they'd died, but he had a pretty damn good guess who was responsible. 5 priests, 4 men and 1 woman, were arranged in a line before the shut gate, arms raised skyward. They were chanting the words of a prayer or spell, and Deathmask knew he could not let them finish it. Dipping his hand into the bag of ash clipped to his belt, he pulled out a handful and cast it into the air. Half of it swirled about his face, hiding his visage. The rest swirled forward with incredible speed, as if borne on the winds of a mighty storm. When it surrounded the 5 priests, they breathed it in, and immediately they began to hack and cough. It would not kill, Deathmask knew, but it would cause them momentary difficulties, which was all it'd take to disrupt the spell they cast. "Take them down quickly," Deathmask ordered as he came to a halt while the other 3 rushed ahead. At close quarters his guild would tear the priests apart. Getting there, though, was the trick. As shadows coalesced around the hands of the priests, Deathmask slammed his wrists together and unleashed a spell of his own. A ball of flame shot from his palms, arced over his guild members, and then struck the ground directly before the five. Upon contact, it exploded into 9 more balls of flame which bounced forward, long tails of fire trailing after them. The priests were forced to protect themselves, calling upon Karak's magic to deny the flames and banish them before they could be burned. The tactic was merely a stalling one, and before he could cast another spell, the priests countered with their own. Waves of shadow rolled forth from their hands, their collective chants giving it power. Deathmask summoned a magical shield, but the shadow pierced it with ease and washed over his body. Immediately he felt his strength waning, his emotions ebbing. Ahead of him, the twins crumpled to their knees, as if without the energy to stand. Only Veliana managed to avoid it, having leaped aside and rolled into an alley as the waves went sweeping by. "We're too vulnerable," thought Deathmask. Of the 5, 3 continued chanting, keeping the curse strong as it bound the Ash Guild, while the other 2 drew daggers from their belts and approached Mir and Neen, who knelt completely defenseless. Gritting his teeth, Deathmask forced himself to focus, to push through the deadening of his mind and the weakening of his limbs. He dropped to his knees, then fell to his stomach, but he didn't care. He had to focus, push the words from his lips, build the power within him into something dangerous, give it form. "It seems tonight is a night of sacrifices," said the closer of the 2 as they neared the twins. His skin was wrinkled and pale, his eyes gleaming cyan. One bony hand reached for Mir's hair, the other clutched a long bone-hilted dagger, eager for blood. "Karak be praised." Veliana leaped back out from the alley, daggers ready for the kill, but the 2 nearest seemed ready for her arrival. The second priest, with the pale man, a portly fellow with an ill-kempt beard, lashed his hand at her as if pushing away a fly. The air distorted between the 2, the passing of a spell, and then Veliana let out a cry as she halted in mid-leap. It seemed her entire body had been chained to the ground, and her arms and legs pulled back painfully as her momentum halted. With a yank of the priest's arm, she was flung to the ground as if pulled by a dozen unseen arms. Unable to brace herself, Veliana let out a single terrible cry as her face struck the stone street, blood splattering from her mouth and nose upon impact. "Push through," thought Deathmask as the pale priest paused a moment to watch Veliana fall, then lifted Mir by the hair, the bone knife pressing against the soft flesh of his throat. Reaching out a trembling hand, Deathmask focused on the corpses of the 2 soldiers on either side of the far trio who maintained the weakening spell. While he'd never consider himself a necromancer, Deathmask was well aware of the power contained within the bodies of the recently dead and the lingering energy of a murdered soul. Harnessing that power and flooding it with his own fury, he clenched his fingers into a fist, detonating the corpses. They exploded with a shower of gore and bone, with such force they rent and twisted the metal of the armor they'd worn in life. The shrapnel tore into the 3 priests, slashing open their skin and knocking them into one another. Their concentration broken, the weakening spell faded. Strength flooded back into his limbs, and most importantly, into those of the twins. Mir grabbed the hand holding the dagger to his neck, pulling it away. Neen was up in seconds, his own daggers at the ready. As Mir held him still, his twin cut a line across the pale priest's throat, then whirled, ramming the dagger up to the hilt in the chest of the portly man who had struck down Veliana. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 priests of Karak staggered back to their feet, dark magic swelling on their fingertips. "Help her!" Deathmask screamed. After a split-second hesitation, Mir dashed left, while Neen charged the remaining 3. Scooping Veliana up into his arms, Mir sprinted to the side of the street as a bolt of shadow struck the ground where she'd lain, its impact forming a spider web of cracks throughout the stone. Deathmask let the sight of her bruised, bleeding face fuel his fury. Summoning fire nowhere near as hot as his rage, he hurled another blast from his fists. Its center burned solid black, the outer edges bright yellow, and it left a line of fire burning atop the street as it passed. Neen, catching its approach from the corner of his eye, recognized the spell and dropped to his stomach at the last second. The three priests outstretched their arms, summoning a protection spell against the fire, but then the attack was no longer fire. The flames died, the black center icing over, hardening into stone and frost the size of a man. It blasted right through their protection, seeming to crack the very air itself, and then struck the centermost priest. The meteor of ice carried him through the air until he collided with the closed gate behind him, smashing his chest and waist, crushing him like the bug he was in Deathmask's eyes. A wet crack accompanied the hit, a truly satisfying sound. And then Neen had closed the distance between them. His dagger work was exquisitely efficient, stabbing through the closer priest's outstretched palm to cancel his spell, then opening a hole in his throat with a single thrust. The other reached out, shadows sparking from her fingers. She wasn't fast enough. Neen cut off those fingers, kicked her in the throat, and then plunged the bloody dagger into her belly. As she crumpled, Neen spit on her corpse. Deathmask dropped his hands to his sides and let his magic leave him, let the circle of ash about his face drop down to his feet to be washed away by the pouring rain. Slowly he walked toward the little alley where Mir had taken Veliana, dismissing any fear that she was significantly injured. His Veliana was a fighter. It'd take more than a single spell to bring her down. Inside the alley he found Mir doting over Veliana, who was propped up against the wall. Her face was bruised, her eyes bloodshot, and she held a rag to her nose to halt the blood dripping from it. "She's a lucky woman," Mir said, stepping away so Deathmask could have a look. "Her nose is broken, but she kept all her teeth." "I don't feel lucky," Veliana said, and she winced. "Gods, it hurts to talk." Deathmask put a hand on her shoulder as he knelt before her, smiling. "Well then," he said, "I know which god to thank for the coming days of blessed peace." If glares could kill, Deathmask would already be 10 feet in the ground. Laughing, he pulled down his cloth mask and kissed her on the forehead. "Thanks, Vel," he said softly. "This was stupid," she responded, voice slightly muffled by the bloody rag. Deathmask winked. "So you said already." Turning about, he exited the alley to find Neen grinning at him. "I got 4, he said. "Just 1 here," Deathmask said. "Guess I'll be buying you drinks tonight, if we can find a bar that's open." He looked to the dead bodies of the priests and priestess, shuddering to think how much worse the battle might have gone if someone with the power of Pellerak had been among them. And then he frowned, baffled by what he saw. A one-armed boy was climbing the stone steps to the wall above the gate. He held his arm before him, hand clutched tightly around something that was glowing a rainbow of colors through the cracks between his fingers. Neen joined him, and he hesitated upon seeing the boy, as surprised as Deathmask. "Who the bloody abyss is that?" he asked. A one-armed child dressed in fine clothing? Deathmask couldn't say for certain, but he did have a guess. "I think that's Elisa Jemquoff's son," he said. "But why is he—" And then the boy raised his hand high, releasing a terrible explosion of blinding white light, and it seemed all the city trembled. Chapter 30. Nathaniel was huddled on his bed, gems of the chrysarium in his hand, when the otherworldly wailing pierced through the storm. Closing his eyes, he curled over, gems clutched to his chest, as he felt shivers steal control of his body. He cried, and it made him feel like a child, but there was nothing he could do. The sound was so awful, so filled with pain and agony, he would give anything to have it stop. "Calm yourself," whispered a voice, and immediately Nathaniel felt his terror easing away. "You only hear the suffering of sinners." He sat up a little bit straighter and looked down at the gems through his blurred vision. They were glowing, each and every one of them, shining as if a star were trapped within their centers. The colors washed over him, and he felt at peace. The distant wailing grew fainter, weaker, and easily ignored. Once more he knelt in the presence of Karak, and Nathaniel closed his eyes and tried to speak with the respect owed to a god. "I'll try, Lord," he whispered. "Are you afraid?" Lying would be foolish to do as well as insulting, so he told the truth. "Yes, Lord." Karak's voice echoed throughout the room, firm and wise. "I can take that fear from you, but only if you let me. Will you open your heart to me, Nathaniel? Will you give yourself to me, all your body, all your heart, and all your mind?" Had he not already? Karak had warned him of the attack on their house, had saved his life and the life of his wounded guard. He'd given him an opportunity to live up to everything his mother asked of him, elevating him to potential savior of the city. What more proof must Karak demand? Lifting the gems up before him, he gave his answer. "I will." The gems grew warm in his hand, and it seemed comfort flowed through them up his arm. His shivering ceased as the sensation spread to his chest and then up his neck. His head grew lighter, less focused, as if he were suddenly in the midst of a dream. "Now is the time," Karak whispered into his mind. "Rise up and be strong." Nathaniel slid his feet off the bed, then hopped to the floor. He wore his long, loose bedrobes, and he was surprised to see they were soaked with sweat. Was the heat of the gems truly so great? But he didn't feel it. He hardly felt anything beyond the comfort of the gems. "What must I do?" Nathaniel asked, dismissing such thoughts. "Dress yourself, then leave the mansion. Your task lies beyond its walls." Nathaniel stripped naked so he might wear something more appropriate. Each movement was steady and slow, emphasizing the feeling of a dream. He almost thought it might be, and he looked to his bed. Empty. For some reason that convinced him. If he were asleep, he'd be in his bed. He wasn't, so he must be awake. If his mind was muddled, it was only due to his own fear and weakness, which the gems were thankfully muffling. To change, he had to put the gems atop the dresser. The moment they left his fingers, his panic returned. The wailing from outside had stopped, but it didn't seem to matter. He felt afraid, felt certain that enemies were closing in on him from all sides. He dressed as fast as he could, yanking on his pants and then flinging on a shirt. It was still bunched around his chest when he reached out and grabbed the gems, knocking two to the floor. "Better," Nathaniel mumbled. At their touch he felt their comfort return, and such a minor inconvenience like shrieking skulls could not irritate him. Why had he panicked? Why had he feared for his life? Karak was with him. Karak would always be with him. Bending down, he scooped the other two into his hand, held them tight. Finally ready, he went to the door, used the tips of his fingers to turn the knob, and then stepped out. The vast majority of Elisa's mercenaries and house guards were out with her, attempting to rescue Zusa from whoever had taken her. She'd told him this before leaving, insisting he remain safe inside, and lying to his face that no one would dare hurt him while she was gone. Too many had broken into their home for him to believe that. When he looked up and down the hall, he saw it was empty. What few soldiers remained were all patrolling outside the mansion. Who would protect him? The servants? Even they'd been sent home, given no explanation, though Nathaniel had known the reason. An army was approaching. Karak's army, the liberators of the oppressed, and his mother wanted them to be with their families when it arrived. Nathaniel made his way to the front door, hurrying as fast as his legs could carry him. He knew he should be planning ahead, trying to figure out a way to escape the notice of the guards, but he did not. Karak had told him he would be the one to open the way. What hope did a few hired soldiers have to stop the plan of a god? He opened the door with confidence and stepped out onto the stone path leading to the front gate. 2 men watched the door, one on either side of him, and both seemed perplexed by his arrival. "Little master?" the one to his left asked. "You should be inside. This rain will give you a cold." "The kid's just scared to be alone," said the other. Nathaniel peered at them both, saw neither seemed alarmed. Good. Then they wouldn't be ready. When the first reached down to take him by the shoulder, Nathaniel burst into a run, the Chrysarium's gems held securely against his stomach. He heard the men shout, but the surprise was enough for him to gain distance, and they in their armor would have trouble keeping up. "Faster," Nathaniel urged himself, the comfort that encompassed his mind dipping slightly. "Go faster, run faster, move, move." The stone path flew beneath him as he raced toward the gate. 3 more men waited there, and hearing the commotion, they turned to see Nathaniel's approach. The iron gate was locked, and the way the 3 drew their weapons, he knew they had no intention of letting him past, even if they would not actually hurt him. With just 1 arm and no time, he saw no way to scale the fence or slip past the guard. But it wasn't his wisdom he was relying on. "Trust in my power," Karak spoke into his mind. "Let me open the way." The gems in his hand were hot now. Incredibly hot. 20 feet from the 3 guards, he skidded to a halt, and he dropped all but one of the gems. An emerald, pulsing a green that seemed deeper than the mightiest of pines, purer than the thickest fields of grass. Before the soldiers could decide what to do, Nathaniel flung the single gemstone at the gate. It landed amid them, bounced once, and then Nathaniel had to look away from the sudden explosion of light. Wind blew against him. He felt the ground shake, but he focused on none of it. His hands were empty, and he needed the gems. Craved them. They were his protection, the weapon of Karak, his key, his shield. And they were his, only his. They still pulsed with light and heat, the rain that fell upon them turning to mist upon contact. They would not burn him, though, for it was his touch they were meant for. When he had them safely back in his grasp, he stood and ran, thinking nothing of the carnage he passed through, the blackened ground, the torn and twisted metal, the dying men with their armor broken and their exposed flesh bleeding. "I will save everyone," he thought. "I will be the one to open the way." Nathaniel looked back only once to see several soldiers chasing him. Sprinting faster, he moved without thinking, seeking only to turn and shift at random intervals. He passed by several alleys before choosing one, immediately left it at the first opening to his right, then crossed the new street he emerged onto, sliding his thin body through the slender gap between 2 wooden buildings. All the while he heard shouts, directions, but they were losing him in the darkness and the rain. They had no clue where he was going, nor for what reason. But he did. The southern gate. The image of it pulsed in his mind, hovering before him as clear as day. No matter which way he turned, he knew the direction of it, could have pointed at it blindfolded if he must. The distance was great, but he could manage if he kept running, if he ignored the burning in his lungs and the aching in his limbs. The moment he thought of their pain, the heat of the gems pulsed, and the pain faded. "Thank you," he thought as he finally made it to the main road running north and south through Veldaren. The gems pulsed once, as if in acknowledgement. Wiping his face with his elbow to try to clear away some of the mud and rain, he returned to sprinting, this time not quite as fanatical. He'd make it, he felt certain of that. Never mind the bodies he saw littering either side of the road, many wearing either colored cloaks or the 4-pointed star. Never mind the distant drums and cries of battle. The way was clear, and if it wasn't, Karak would make it clear. His God, the one who had granted him power, offered him a future of peace and calm. He'd never lie to Nathaniel, never betray him. The light of the gems was almost blinding, and he nearly lost himself in its euphoria. They dimmed. His mind gained a sliver of clarity, and he saw the gate before him. There must have been some sort of battle, he realized. Soldiers lay dead at the gate, and near them were corpses in long, dark robes. Though they were strangers to him, the sight flooded his heart with a terrible ache, coupled with overwhelming rage. "Those were my faithful," Karak spoke to him, "slain in my service. You must accomplish what they could not." Granted new strength, Nathaniel raced to the stone steps, trying not to look at the bodies, a distant part of him fearful of the anger that filled his chest when he did. One at a time he climbed the steps, and he held the gems so tightly he felt his hand hurting, and when he glanced at his fingers he saw tiny droplets of blood dripping down. "Behold," Karak spoke, denying him a chance to dwell on the injury he had inflicted upon himself. "Mankind. Perfected." Nathaniel had reached the top of the wall, and when he gazed out upon the fields that spread from beyond the gate, he saw the thousands standing at attention. They were a minuscule representation of the legion Nathaniel remembered from his vision. Men and women of all ages, all sizes, standing in perfect rows. They gazed upward, uncaring of the rain, glimpsing things through the clouds Nathaniel could only wish to see again. Nathaniel felt tears run down his face as he felt his mind slipping through their ranks. He sensed no pain, no fear. They did not hunger. They did not thirst. They would never strike down their brother, nor betray their sister. Such a perfect, simple, harmonious peace. "Because of me?" he whispered, as if in disbelief that he might somehow have caused such a creation. The heat of the gems in his hand was an unrelenting fire, and from within them he heard Karak's voice speak with an excitement he'd never before heard. "Let the gems go, Nathaniel," Karak ordered. "Make open the way." They flared a brilliant white, but Nathaniel did not close his eyes. All sight was replaced with the image of himself, sitting on a throne, a silver crown resting on his forehead. Most important of all, his amputated arm had returned, healthy as ever, rendering him whole. This promise of Karak, this offered gift, Nathaniel would give anything to have it. Letting out a mindless cry, he tossed the gems into the air, off the wall to the ground before the sealed city gate. They landed one by one until the very last. The explosion that followed was the loudest thing Nathaniel had ever heard, a cacophony of cracking stone, twisting metal, and shattering wood. Beneath him he felt the wall lift up as if in the grip of giants, and then he was flying. Suddenly deaf, he landed amid silence, rolling at dizzying speed. Pain flared throughout his body, particularly his hand. When he came to a stop, he let out a sob. His fingers ached, his face and arms were scratched, his clothes torn. Rolling onto his stomach, he tried to regain his senses. He lay in the wide street, corpses and rubble on all sides of him. What had once been the southern gate was now a gaping hole in the wall, and through it he watched the approach of Karak's perfection. Only it wasn't perfection. Rotted men and women lumbered in from the fields, pale flesh hanging loose from their bones. Open wounds marked their faces, some missing hands, eyes, others whole sections of their bodies. No blood poured from them, no pus oozed out of them. A few were little more than dust and bones, and still they came, step after step. From those clouded eyes he saw no anger, no fear or lust. But he saw nothing else either. They were dead, mindless, moving husks without any shred of life. If there was life within them, it was buried down deep, locked away in the undead prison that was their very own bodies. Karak ordered, and they obeyed. That was what mattered. That was all that mattered. Whatever comfort Nathaniel had felt was gone. Whatever peace, it faded away as he witnessed the terrible lie that was Karak's truth. This, he thought, this is Karak's desire for all mankind? Slowly his hearing returned, and with it came scattered shouts and preparations for defense, all drowned out by the rattling, clanking horde pouring into the city. "No," Nathaniel whispered, tears streaming down his face. "No, no, no, please, I didn't know.
I didn't know.
They were almost upon him. Huddling into a ball, his hand atop his head, Nathaniel closed his eyes and waited for his life to end.
Has this whole world gone insane?
Death Mask wondered as he staggered back to his feet. He'd lost his balance come the explosion, the entire southern gate blasting inward as if smashed by the fist of a god. His eyes were still filled with spots from the brightness of it, a combination of light, fire, and smoke that had been overwhelming in the darkness. Ignoring the discomfort, he watched as through the rubble and smoke an army of undead marched upon the city. The sight only confirmed to him that, yes indeed, the world had gone insane.
"Get Vel to safety," he told the twins. "We've got incoming."
"Fuck you," Veliana said, pushing off the wall to a stand. "It's just a broken nose. I can fight." Death Mask knew she lied, but he had no time to argue.
"Fine," he said. "Follow me. Try to sever limbs and break the spine. They'll shrug off everything else."
He led them out of the alley to the center street, and it took all his strength to keep his composure while facing the approaching throng. He counted at least 1,000, if not more, and they were already beginning to flood through the opening straight toward them. They had only moments.
"Guard the sides," he told them. "I've got the middle."
They obeyed, not knowing what he planned or even meant, and it filled Death Mask with pride that he commanded such trust. Staring down the undead army, he took in a deep breath. He'd never been the strongest at the Council of Mages. He'd never commanded fire the size of entire fields, never been able to conjure strange monsters larger than buildings, or summon windstorms of such power they could peel the flesh from a man's skin. But he'd been crafty, using what power he had to its extremes. Most of all, he'd learned whatever spells suited him, uncaring whether they were considered fair on the field of battle or in poor taste when it came to a wizard's duel. That was why he'd frightened them. That was why they'd been so eager to see him exiled. No one higher in rank could ever sleep comfortably at night knowing he might have set his eye on them during his steady, unrelenting climb. And now that he faced a foe that could feel no pain, could lose no blood, and could fight on despite missing whole limbs, Death Mask grinned behind his gray cloth mask. Now he'd have to get creative. Putting his palms together, he opened them, and a swirling orb of white electricity blinked into existence. Such a tiny thing, no bigger than his eye, but it took a tremendous amount of energy to conjure it. With a gasp, Death Mask sent it hurtling toward the opened gate. Thin lines of light sparked off it as it traveled past the houses, coupled with audible pops and cracks as if it were a thunderstorm trapped within a marble. It flew over a dozen undead that had already entered the city, Death Mask trusting Vel and the twins to handle them, then passed through the broken remains of the gate and into the army beyond. Death Mask clenched his fists, and the orb detonated, pulsing out a second sphere of translucent, black energy. The tiny white orb remained in its center, thick arcs of lightning flashing out to the edges of the dark sphere. From all directions air rushed into the orb, the strength of its pull frightening. The dead already within its reach crumpled, their bodies crushed under a weight unimaginable as they were pulled into the center. Pale flesh ripped and disintegrated, bones turning to dust as they swirled into that sparking orb. Death Mask focused on keeping it going, pouring his energy into it as the spell ripped the undead down to the very fabric of their being. As he'd hoped, Veliana tore into the undead who'd been inside the city prior to the spell, using her speed to her advantage. He didn't like how uneven she appeared on her feet, despite how brilliantly she fought. Her daggers weren't the best weapon to use against the dead, but she surrounded them with a faint, violet fire, a spell he'd taught her in the early days after taking over the Ash Guild, and it aided in cutting through the bones of her foes. He also saw one of the twins beside her, keeping her from being overwhelmed, but Death Mask was too drowsy to know which of the two he was. As for the other, he could not find him, nor could he spare the mental faculties to look. Dozens of walking corpses poured into his spell, and with each passing second the toll on his body increased. At last he felt his mind tearing, felt the air in his lungs ready to rip out through his chest, and he let the spell end. The sphere shimmered, then vanished as quickly as it had erupted. A sound like thunder accompanied the vanishing, and just like that, the way into the city was clear once more. "Hold them back!" Death Mask shouted. He took a step, stumbled, pushed to his feet, and continued. "Hold them back!" "Bloody hell!" one of the twins shouted. He kicked at the flailing corpse of a young woman, his heel taking its head clean off. The body staggered back, and Veliana struck it from the other side, both daggers severing the spine halfway up. The undead thing collapsed, all motion leaving its rotted body. "I don't know," Death Mask said, fire growing around his hands. "Just be creative." With a wave of his hand, a wall of flame spread across the broken entrance to the city. Another wave, and a second appeared, the two spaced apart by just a few feet. The fire would mean little to those entering, for they would feel no pain, nor fear, but it'd peel away their flesh, putting a strain on the prophet holding them together. Death Mask hoped it'd hurt or piss him off, so that at least their eventual deaths might have accomplished something. The remainder of the first wave was cut down by Death Mask's guild, a paltry victory, considering the many more who marched into the twin walls of fire. At least it gave him a second to think. Killing the thousands of undead wasn't feasible, but if he could somehow seal the gap... The child responsible for the whole mess suddenly ran past him, and Death Mask reached out to catch him by the collar. "Nathaniel?" he asked, and based on the boy's reaction, it confirmed his suspicion. Death Mask hurled the child before him. The boy collapsed to his knees, and Death Mask jabbed a finger in his face. "Stay and watch," he said. "This is your mess. So if we fail to clean it up, at least have the courtesy to fucking die along with us." The unending wave of undead staggered through the walls of fire. The flames licked their weathered clothes, peeling back rotted skin and setting their bodies alight. Not that it bothered them in the slightest. Nathaniel turned to see the macabre sight of burning men and women lurching forward while letting out soft, deep moans, and his flesh paled. For some reason, this made Death Mask feel better, and he snapped his fingers. The broken pieces of the gate shimmered, the thick, heavy stones darkening as shadows coalesced around them. Death Mask felt a strain on his mind akin to that of using his arms to lift something far too heavy, but he would not break. The first of many enormous stone segments lifted into the air, then flung toward the gap. It landed with a resounding crash, smashing the dead beneath it as it rolled once before coming to a stop. A second followed, not much smaller than the first. It crushed even more, a large part of it landing atop the twin walls of fire. With the entrance shrunk, the undead bunched together, their flow into the city slowed. "Bit by bit," he hummed to himself as he grabbed another chunk. "That's how you build their home. Brick by brick." He was about to fling another section when he saw Veliana fall. She'd ducked underneath flailing arms when another of the undead beside her kicked her in the head. As she tumbled, the two burning corpses rushed on, teeth snapping, fingers reaching. Immediately abandoning his spell, Death Mask flung his arm forward. A bolt of shadow flew from it, and he quickly followed it up with a second. The bolts slammed into the chests of the dead, and the sound was like breaking stone. The impact blasted both of them to the rubble of the gate, shattering their rib cages. Veliana rolled, found her feet, and then came back up swinging. Every step was a retreat, for too many were coming through, despite having to climb and crawl through the rubble of the broken gate. As Death Mask prepared another spell, one of the twins suddenly appeared at his side. "Welcome back, Mia," he said. "Come to die with us?" "It's Neen," the twin replied. "And I didn't come alone." Neen rushed ahead to join his brother, and over Death Mask's head vaulted a strange woman in gray. Her feet barely touched the ground before she leaped again, tearing into the dead with vicious precision. It took a moment, but he recognized her as Elisa's pet and protector, Zusa. The four linked up in the street before the entrance, Veliana and Zusa on the ends, the twins in the center, a wall of spinning steel fighting back the dead. Against any normal foe, Deathmask would have put his money on them. But when a stab to the eye or a slash across the throat did nothing to your opponent, things were a bit more dire. Lifting his arms, Deathmask began a spell, then pulled his arms downward to complete it. From the sky streaked a burning meteor, the stone half Deathmask's size. It slammed into the center of the gate rubble, blasting stone in all directions and crushing over a dozen of the dead. The momentary respite allowed the four to retreat a few steps, breaking necks and smashing skulls along the way. For every one they killed, it seemed two more poured into the city, unafraid of the destruction that had come before. "What in the world were you thinking?" Deathmask asked Nathaniel. He received no answer from the frightened boy. Feeling the beginnings of a headache lurking in the corners of his mind, Deathmask was preparing another spell when he heard a great many voices shouting behind him. Sparing a glance, he saw hundreds of armed men racing down the street, their weapons and shields held high. It was the most beautiful thing Deathmask had ever seen. "I could kiss you, Nin," he said to Nin as he turned his attention back to the fight. Dismissing his walls of fire, Deathmask cracked his knuckles as he tried to formulate a new plan. Amid the chaos, a soldier grabbed Nathaniel and pulled him to safety. On either side of him, the soldiers rushed on, slamming into the army of undead while releasing a boisterous cry. "Was this your doing?" Someone asked him, and he turned to see Elisa Gemcroft holding her son in her arms. "Spare me the accusations," Deathmask said. "Your son is the one who blew up the gate." "I meant keeping him alive." He chuckled. "Oh, that. Yes, I'll take credit for it. Plus any payment you feel necessary. Now have your men keep the dead contained and let me do the rest." "They know their orders." Deathmask watched as the fight took a whole new turn. With their numbers bottlenecked by the wall, not enough could make it through the broken gap to overwhelm the trained soldiers, who hacked at the undead with steady strikes. Should any get too close, the soldiers used their shields to push them back and gain space. Any soldier who faltered was immediately replaced. Such a pleasant sight, but Deathmask knew it was risky to let it go on for too long. He couldn't guess the numbers of the dead, and they would not tire, nor would they be frightened by the sheer wall of bodies building up near the entrance. A wall of bodies. "This should be interesting," he said, and he grinned. Black light pulsing from his hands, he let his mind drift, and with magical sight he overlooked the many, many corpses scattered all throughout the entrance. Most were lacking in power compared to a fresh corpse, but the bones and flesh were there, the building blocks of life. Casting his spell, power flowed out of him with frightening speed. He gasped, and it felt as if he were drowning, but he continued, fingers hooked in the necessary formations. More and more he felt it building, like lightning preparing to strike, and with a terrible cry, he released his power in a wave visible only to those with eyes attuned to the world of magic. The bones from the fallen corpses suddenly flooded with life, and they shot toward the gap in the wall as if fired from a bow. Ribs, thighs, teeth, skulls, they all snapped and flew, the larger pieces rolling along the ground if necessary. The bones struck other bones, dug into the dirt, broke against stone, but still they came. Still they collected. Neither the living nor the undead were safe as the wall formed. One unfortunate soldier caught too close screamed as his ribs burst through his own armor. A worthy cause, Deathmask thought with a wince, as many of the undead outside the wall shattered into pieces and flew into the gathering wall. The sound was horrific, so much clattering and snapping. But at last, the macabre creation was done. A solid wall of bone blocked the way, twice as high as a man. From the other side, he heard the undead futilely beating against it. The way was shut, and unless someone interfered, it would remain shut. Deathmask let out a gasp and collapsed onto his back. Running his hands through his hair, he closed his eyes and felt the rain beating down upon him. All the while he laughed. "Death?" he heard Veliana ask, and he opened his eyes to smile at her. "Not tonight," he said, accepting her offered hand. "Gods be damned. Not tonight." Chapter 31. Even when Thren and Haern landed on the rooftop with him, Mucian kept his swords sheathed, showing no fear at their presence. If anything, Haern was convinced it made his smile grow all the larger. "So, it comes to this," the elf said, and he lifted his arms wide as he gestured to the city all around him. "Like petulant children, you two refuse me, throwing your tantrums and striking at those nearby as if it might accomplish something. I offered each of you a chance to join my side. You could have had power. You could have ruled like you once ruled, only in my name instead of yours. Is your pride so great? Are your eyes so blind you cannot witness the inevitable?" "I see nothing inevitable here," Thren said, slowly sidestepping so he and Haern might be on opposite sides of the elf. "No. What I see is a broken guild and a guild master about to die." "You see your own reflection," Mucian said. "And you would call us blind," Haern said, voice soft, focus razor-sharp. No matter that he remained empty-handed. The elf was dangerous, and Haern would not be caught off guard. "Look around. The guilds have risen up against you. By tomorrow, no one will dare wear your mark. It'll be as if you never stepped foot within our city." "Our city?" he asked. "Does it belong to the two of you now? I often wondered why Thren never crushed you as the years wore on. Did you two think to share the city? Was that your compromise?" He shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Whatever success you think you've had, it dies tonight. Let the matter be settled. Perhaps as it always should have been from the very start." They had him flanked, but still no signs of worry. Part of Haern wanted to lunge before Mucian drew his blades. Part of him was terrified to begin the battle at all. He'd fought this foe before, in a brief exchange that had left him humiliated. Only outnumbering him 3-1, with Zusa aiding them, had they defeated Mucian at the fountain ambush, and Haern sorely wished Zusa were with them now. Slowly, Mucian shrugged off his long, rain-soaked coat. Beneath was a simple black shirt that left bare his long, lanky arms. His body was thin, but his muscles were tightly corded like a feline predator's. With total confidence, the elf drew his swords and then settled into a low stance, with all the urgency and speed of one engaging in a practice duel. The movements showed his complete control of his body, like that of a dancer. Haern prayed he could match such grace. "It doesn't matter if you've slain every single member of the Sun Guild," Mucian said. "Watcher, alone you conquered this city. Thren, alone you built the Spider Guild into an empire. Alone I will outshine you all. This will be the crown upon my legacy, forged with your bones and painted with your blood." He extended his darkened hand and beckoned them close. "Come and die." They leaped at once, Haern and his father, their swords swinging. Mucian spun with such grace it seemed to mask how fast his movements were. Both of Haern's strokes rang against steel, blocked by a single blade. Around and around the elf spun, his other blade moving to block the next set of hits, as if he'd known before Haern did where they were to strike. Another block, and this time Haern tried to push closer, to force Mucian to turn his way instead of continuing his spin. It worked far better than Haern had expected. Mucian's twirl ended, and he jumped at Haern, his two long swords chopping down at each collarbone as Thren's simultaneous slash passed mere inches away from the elf's exposed spine. Haern fell back, sabers barely able to cross in time to block. The ringing of the two hits was so close together they seemed like one. And then, before Haern could react, Mucian had already turned, parrying a killing thrust from Thren. His heel shot out, catching Thren in the chest. As his father stumbled away, Haern returned to the offensive, denying the elf a chance to finish him off. Mucian brought his attention to him fully, and for a few seconds their blades danced, and Haern felt as if he stood a chance. He feinted low, then swung both weapons high. Knowing they'd be blocked, he kept his body moving, improving his positioning. When the weapons made contact, Haern swept his right leg, hoping to send Mucian tumbling to the ground. Instead, the elf hopped above it, snap-kicked Haern in the chest, and then dashed away, somehow sensing Thren's futile attempt to stab him in the back, though Haern himself had never seen the approach. Haern and Thren were now side by side, and together they rushed Mucian instead of allowing him a reprieve. Each blade seemed to have its own mind as Mucian battled them both. Haern attempted a double thrust when he thought the elf out of position. Instead, Mucian parried them upward with one sword, rotated toward him, smacked the twin sabers higher with his other blade, and then finished the turn to face Thren directly, swords moving in opposite directions to safely redirect both of his father's attempted strikes. "Press on," Haern told himself as he did just that. He felt the rain falling upon him, heard its soft patter, but it was all distant, his concentration at a razor's edge. The only time he'd felt similar was during his battle with the Wraith in Angelport, and the two foes were certainly comparable. Yet somehow Mucian seemed faster, stronger. Heart hammering in his chest, Haern paused a moment to let Thren force Mucian into a block, then leaped at him again. Mucian stepped away, retreating toward the building's edge, and Haern felt a glimmer of hope at how the elf had to remain on the defensive at all times. Just as Haern knew the slightest mistake could mean death for him, so too could it for Mucian. The sound of their steel was a constant chorus, as father and son trapped Mucian at the rooftop's edge. The elf's blocks were growing more desperate, and several times he had to push Haern or Thren back to gain himself distance prior to shifting attention to the other. Eyes on his foe and nothing else, Haern kept himself at a perfect balance, always threatening, never vulnerable. As Mucian countered one of Thren's slashes, forcing him to retreat, Haern launched himself into a flurry of 4 strikes. Mucian blocked the first 3, but the 4th slipped through, cutting into his chest and nicking a rib. Blood sprayed as the elf let out a pained cry. Haern tried to finish him, but the elf ducked low, rolled left, and then burst underneath Thren's downward stab. Tumbling headfirst, he sprang back to his feet and spun about to face them from the center of the rooftop. "I'd hoped raw skill would be enough," Mucian said as blood trickled down his shirt from the shallow wound. "It seems not to be." "Sorry to disappoint," Haern said, and he nodded at his father. Thren took the lead, leaping with both swords slashing in a downward angled arc. Haern followed a step, then dashed to his right before leaping in, hoping to cut down Mucian from the side. The assault from both directions should have pushed Mucian to his limits, but then somehow it seemed he became 2, bodies splitting to assault each of them. Haern twisted in midair to plant his left foot to halt his momentum so he might defend himself. Sabers up, he blocked the elf's slash, only to see the image fade away like smoke the moment their blades connected. The real Mucian struck at Thren hard, viciously tearing into him. There was no subtlety or maneuvering, just pure strength that Haern's father was hard-pressed to match. Haern rushed to his aid, only to see Mucian hop backward a step, then split again, one thrusting toward his father, the other toward Haern. With no choice but to react, Haern swept his sabers wide to parry the thrusts, fully expecting to banish a second illusion. Only this time he heard the clang of steel hitting steel, while his father scattered an illusion with his rapid counter. Fighting down panic, Haern tried to plant his feet and refocus, but then Mucian's image shimmered, vanished. Having seen it before, Haern reacted without thinking. When the elf had fled their previous fight, he'd teleported directly forward, and Haern assumed the same thing would happen now. Instead of trying to turn or block, he tucked a shoulder into a roll. He felt movement against his cloaks, one of Musian's swords tearing into it, but he was just barely too far. When he finished the roll, he spun, crouched low, ready to face the elf head to head. Only instead the elf was pacing before Thren, who was trapped against the edge of the rooftop. "Is this the best you can do?" Musian asked him. Haern burst into a sprint as his father engaged him one-on-one. Their blades danced, a beautiful display Haern wished he could have watched at a time when neither of their lives was on the line. Musian scored a single cut across Thren's arm before Haern joined in, attempting to stab him in the back, despite knowing it would never work. Somehow the elf would know and be ready. He always was. The next few moments for Haern were surreal in their clarity and speed. Together, he and his father attacked the elf from both sides. After every block, every parry, the elf's image would split. One would scatter the moment their weapons made contact, but Musian continued to bounce between them, always on the offensive. Left with no choice but to treat each one as real, Haern scored over a dozen fatal blows on mere illusions, and Thren likewise. Back and forth they raged, no give, no gain, their numbers advantage neutralized. Haern scattered an illusion, ducked below the swing of a second illusion, dismissed it with a slash across the thigh, and then found himself under assault by a wicked thrust-and-slash combo. He shifted aside to avoid the thrust, blocked the slash, and then swung for the elf's throat. Musian twirled away, ducking beneath another cut by Thren as he did, and then leaped at them both. Each blocked, Haern's opponent vanishing into smoke, Thren's striking him hard enough to make him collapse to one knee. Instead of going to aid him, knowing he'd be countered by either an illusion of Musian or the real thing, Haern grabbed a throwing knife from his belt and flung it through the air. As he suspected, twin images of Musian separated, one striking at Thren while the other attacked Haern. The dagger pierced the elf through the chest, his image scattered into smoke, and then the dagger continued on, burying itself in the real Musian's left arm. It was the first true score of the battle, and while it should have left Haern elated, it only made him nervous. Musian retreated to the far side of the rooftop, yanking the dagger from his arm as he did. As the blood ran down, he glared at them. No more amusement, no more smiling. "Ever the meddler, aren't you?" Musian said to him. "Like Thren's, your skills are greater than any human has a right to possess. I trained Thren. But who trained you, Watcher?" "You don't deserve to know my name," Haern said, glancing at his father. "Let alone the name of my teacher." Thren nodded, having returned to his feet and joined Haern's side. "You're bleeding," Thren told his former master. "I thought your victory tonight was inevitable." Musian flashed a smile, as temporary as the flashes of lightning across the storm clouds above. "Bleeding is not the same as dead," Musian said. "I would think by now you would have learned the distinction between the two." The elf twisted one of the many rings on his darkened hand, took 2 steps backward, then settled into a stance. "Now, would you like to fight, or would you prefer to continue boasting about a victory not yet attained?" The way he'd twisted the ring made Haern cautious, and only that caution kept him from being impaled. Instead of breaking into a sprint, he took a single, measured step forward, and then the elf's image blurred momentarily, only to reappear mere feet away. Musian was already swinging his swords, completely ignoring Thren and instead going for Haern's throat and chest. Without the forward momentum he'd anticipated, Musian had to take a single extra step, and that heartbeat of time was enough for Haern to fall backward, weapons rising to block. The elf's swords slammed into his sabers, pushing them aside to open him up to a kick. Haern turned his body aside, but that only partially deflected its power. Musian's heel crushed into his throat, hard enough to leave him gasping. Haern rolled along the rooftop, a vain defense against the expected assault that never came. Instead, Mucian paced before Thren, swords held loosely at his sides. His smile had returned. "So hard you fight against me," the elf said as he launched himself at Thren. Every stroke was perfection. Strong when it appeared soft, fast when it appeared slow, a feint when Thren was ready, a vicious strike when he was not. On his knees, Haern watched with spots growing in his eyes as he gasped. Each breath was quick and uneven, and accompanied by the taste of blood. Where was this effort when the trifect humiliated you? Thren tried to go on the offensive, but his thrusts looked slow compared to the elf's dazzling speed. 2 quick parries, and suddenly Mucian was on the offensive again. Where was this pride when the Watcher dethroned you? Mucian hit him with 3 straight dual chops, the third banging Thren's block out of the way. Out went one of the swords, cutting across Thren's chest, the other shoving downward the attempted defense. As Thren let out a cry, Mucian punched him in the face with the hilt of his blade. Thren dropped to his stomach, one of his short swords scattering across the wet rooftop. He crawled toward it, and a kick to his stomach was his reward. "How have you failed so greatly?" Mucian shouted at Thren, towering over him as Haern struggled to stand. The elf beat his father with his fists, his feet, savaging him with both body and words. "You have nothing, no guild, no family, no heir, only a name that has crumbled into ruin. Every accomplishment has become dust, every act of worth like water on desert sand. What hope do you have of being remembered? You will be forgotten, Thren. Your life, your death, your family, all forgotten." Haern coughed hard enough he thought he might vomit. He willed his throat to open, his lungs to calm. Amid the torture, Thren reached out for the blade he'd dropped. When his hand closed about the handle, Mucian jammed his heel down onto his knuckles. Thren screamed, tried to swing with his other blade. The elf smacked it away as if it were a bothersome fly. Then, just to humiliate him, struck both sides of his face with the flat of his sword. "What is it you live for?" he asked. "What is it you bleed and die for? You're a puppet continuing to dance after the strings have been cut. I can think of no worse joke than that." "I can think of several," Haern said, his voice hoarse. Mucian glanced his way, and instead of appearing concerned by his recovery, he seemed annoyed. "You're still breathing," he said, crunching his heel down harder on Thren's hand. "Must I remedy that?" "You're welcome to try," Haern said, wishing he felt as confident as his words suggested. Mucian kicked Thren in the cheek for good measure, then approached, his swords twirling in his hands. Their eyes locked, and Haern felt himself being judged anew, and, as expected, coming up lacking. "To think this city quivered in fear of you," Mucian said. "You're worse than Thren. At least my disciple built an empire for himself, however short it might have lasted. You have the same skills, the same speed, yet you lurk in hiding with a false name and a covered face. If only you had slain Thren and ruled in his place, or accepted my offer to become my new heir. Now your legacy will be a tributary that runs into the river that is my own." "Gods, you're full of yourself," Haern said, eyes seemingly on Mucian's hands while truly focusing on the elf's feet. "And trust me, I'm used to—" Mucian's legs tensed, and Haern was already bringing his sabers up to block before the elf even moved. Their weapons connected, and Haern felt how much weaker the left arm was than the right. The effects of the wound, the pain, knowing it affected Mucian, allowed Haern to go on the offensive, constantly swinging in his sabers from that side, forcing Mucian to compensate. The arm was slowing, weakening as it bled. Their blades danced. Haern scored another cut across the thigh, and then Mucian retreated to gain distance. The retreat was only to use his dual image trick, but as Haern watched the elf split in two, leaping in opposite directions so they might close in from both sides, He saw one holding his weapons at equal height, while the other let his right hand dip. Trusting his instincts, Haern ignored the first completely, and he refused to let Mucian reclaim the offensive. Haern turned and leaped right at him, the two connecting in midair with their weapons crossed. They spun, shifted, kicking and punching as they both crashed to the rooftop. Haern rolled away, having managed a satisfying elbow to the elf's face. When he rose to his feet, Mucian did the same, glaring as blood dripped down his chin. "You're no longer entertaining, Watcher," Mucian said. "This ends now." "That it does," Haern said, settling into a stance, his feet loose, his sabers ready. "You're all out of tricks." "Am I?" Mucian asked, twisting one of his rings. The elf's body shimmered for a moment, and then he ran both left and right, 6 mirror images of himself forming a circle encompassing Haern from all sides. Once he was fully surrounded, every image leaped into the air, swords pulled back for the plunge. Haern remained still, feeling as if time itself were slowing. The 6 were perfectly similar down to each strand of hair, their movements exact copies of one another's. There was no difference at all. Except the gentle wind that teased Mucian's wet hair and clothing did not come from 6 directions. Just one. Despite his instincts, his fear, Haern forced himself to ignore all others, to not flinch or react. At the last possible moment he spun, one saber thrusting, the other swinging high and wide. 5 killing thrusts sank into him. One he parried, and it was not smoke or illusion he struck, but solid steel. Mucian fell, unable to shift his momentum, and Haern's other saber sank up to the hilt in the elf's gut. His body collapsed, both swords held out wide, wrapping about Haern as if seeking a final embrace. "I am Veldaren's watcher," Haern whispered into his ear as the elf bled out against him. "And I will be remembered." Before Mucian could respond, Haern yanked free his sabers, spun, and slashed twin gashes across his throat. The elf opened his mouth, closed it, eyes wide with shock. Even as he died, Haern saw him unable to believe he could be defeated. It filled his veins with ice, his stomach with disgust. "Not a god," he said, reversing the grip on a saber. Falling to one knee, he rammed the tip through Mucian's eye, pushing until he felt the saber press against the back of the skull. "Just a corpse." Haern pulled out his saber, and as he slowly sank back from exhaustion, he heard his father speak his name. "Watcher." Chapter 32. At first, Delicia thought the defenders would be overwhelmed when the gray-skinned tide came slamming in with raised axes and swords. Their numbers were so great, and they were both taller and stronger than the city's soldiers. The defenders had shields and a narrow space to hold, though, and when the tide reached the entrance, it slowed as the orcs jostled one another, fighting for order. Even that minor cut to their momentum hurt the effectiveness of their charge, and without armor, they had no protection against the swift, steady blows from the soldiers. Above them, the archers rained down arrows, chipping away at the massive numbers beyond the wall. For a moment, Tarlak and Delicia remained silent and watched the battle, only Brugh having joined in. Antonil's men fought bravely, and they used the limited space to the utmost effectiveness. Brugh did himself proud, for in such close quarters and against such reckless foes, he could punch and slash with his thick daggers and rely on his armor to keep him alive. Antonil lorded over it all, shouting out orders, directing the reinforcements to wherever the line of soldiers began to bend, sometimes even physically yanking men back himself when he saw they were wounded and would not hold. And then the initial rush was past, the surge of fear and excitement replaced with the brutal, ugly cutting of throats and hacking of limbs. Rebuilding the wall with the dead had been no idle boast by Antonil. For as the orcs died at the broken entrance, their corpses became obstacles those behind had to stumble across, and with each one that fell, the wall grew higher, the footing more treacherous. Minutes passed, and still the fight went on, the orcs having to pause to drag away their dead so they might charge anew. So far, the human soldiers had suffered drastically fewer deaths. They also had far fewer lives to give. Delicia wondered why her brother remained out of things, but before she could ask, he turned to her and ducked his head closer so she might hear him. "The necromancer's so far staying out of things," he said. "The moment I start flinging fireballs, I doubt that stays the same. But if we can be clever about this—" He pointed to the sky, hurrying through words of magic. At the spell's completion, he flung down his hand, and from the storm clouds shot a thick bolt of lightning that crashed down into the center of the orc army. A grin on his face, Tarlak did it again, this time on the far corner of the battlefield. Delicia winced against the brightness, and she wondered about the efficiency of such a tactic. "It won't be enough," she told her brother after a third. "I know," he said, "just testing. He's not shielding his army against magic, which means this might have a chance." Tarlak rushed forward, pushing his way through the soldiers so he might reach Antonil's side. Delicia followed, a gut instinct telling her she needed to stay with her brother at all times, for when the necromancer finally turned his attention on Tarlak, he would need her aid. "Let them through!" Tarlak shouted once he was close enough to grab Antonil's pauldron and yank him around. "Are you mad?" Antonil asked, gesturing behind him to where his men were desperately fighting to keep the bottleneck going. "This is the only hope we have." The wizard shook his head. "If it looks like you'll hold or seal the gap, that necromancer out there will just blow another hole through a different part of the wall. Let them inside, Antonil. Let them think they've won." Antonil leaned down so he might lower his voice. "And then what?" he asked. Tarlak glanced Delicia's way. "Leave that to us." It was an incredible gamble, and Delicia did not think Antonil would accept the risk. It seemed, however, she had underestimated the trust the guard captain had in the wizard. "I'll pull everyone back, forming a perimeter," he said. "We won't last long, not without aid, but we can keep several hundred pinned in at the least. Will that suffice?" Tarlak nodded. "It will." Antonil jabbed the wizard in the chest. "Gods help me. I'm putting the lives of all my soldiers in your hands," he said. "Don't let me down." "I give you permission to haunt me throughout all eternity if I fail," Tarlak said, and despite the grim atmosphere, he grinned. Antonil shook his head, hardly sharing his humor. "Damn wizards," the man muttered before lifting his sword above his head and shouting orders, screaming for his men to fall back into a defensive perimeter. As he did, Tarlak grabbed Delicia's hand and pulled her along, running deeper into the city. "What are you planning?" she asked him as they ran. "It's not much of a plan," he said. "Get the orcs inside, out of sight from the necromancer, and then blow them to bits with the nastiest spells I've got until he catches on. Hopefully by the time he does, there won't be much left of his army." With the wall, the bodies, and the rain, it would indeed be tough to see anything from afar. That was assuming, of course, the necromancer watched with normal eyes, but she decided there was no point in voicing such a concern. The plan, what little of it there was, had already gone into motion. The city's defenders steadily retreated, their deeper ranks spreading out. With each step they lashed at the orcs, slaying them by the dozens. With their little armor, all they had to rely on was their strength and their numbers, and so far they had not been given a chance to bring either fully to bear. Antonil's men continued to spread out, forming a great ring of mail and blades, but it took longer for the orcs to fill the gap, having to stumble through the broken, corpse-filled gate. Delicia lost sight of Brugh, the shorter man hidden among the hundreds of others, and she prayed he would survive the night. At last, the ring reached the farthest it could without breaking. 2 men deep, the soldiers did their best to fight the orcs to a standstill, letting their enemies' blows rain down upon their shields before retaliating. Delicia felt her breath catch in her throat, The bloody battle mere feet in front of her, but before she could join in, Tarlak grabbed her shoulders and turned her so she might look him in the eye. "I need your help on this," he said. "Do you understand? I know you hate killing, but if any of us are to survive tonight, it has to be done." The night she'd helped rescue Haern from the stronghold flashed through her mind, immediately coupled with a sense of revulsion. "I don't know if I can," she said, softly enough she wondered if Tarlak would hear her amid the clashing of swords, the screams of the dying, and the constant fall of the rain. "Yes, you can," Tarlak said, turning his attention back to the battle. "You're stronger than you know." Fire danced around his hands as he began his spell. Delicia watched, feet feeling as if they were made of stone. No, she did know her strength, perhaps far better than Tarlak could believe. She was not naive enough to think this battle could be avoided, nor to believe there would be any reasoning with such a vile race. The power given to her, she wanted to use to heal, not to hurt, not to destroy. To let such a cruel world force her to kill, to turn her into what she'd sworn to Haern never to become again. The first spell leaped from Tarlak's hands, a ball of flame that soared over the defenders' heads before dropping down. It detonated, sending out a rolling ring of fire in all directions. The orcs it passed over screamed, the flesh from their necks to their knees charring, exposing pink muscle and inner organs that spilled across the ground. Pushing himself through two soldiers so he might have space, Tarlak followed it up with a blast of lightning that struck an orc mere feet away, who was trying to decapitate him with an axe. It leaped 5 more times, tearing into the orcs, each leap accompanied by a loud crack. "Come on!" Tarlak shouted over the rain as he flung 2 smaller balls of flame, each one striking an orc in the chest and dropping him to the ground. "Come on!" Arcane power swirling around his hands, he lifted them above his head and then slammed them together. The ground rumbled, and then in a straight path between Tarlak and the broken entrance, the ground rose and then dropped, cracking the stone and upending all combatants in the way. Over 100 orcs found themselves on the ground, helpless as Antonil's soldiers surged in, cutting them down before quickly retreating, as the seemingly unending tide from beyond the wall rushed through to replace their numbers. 2 more bolts of lightning followed, Tarlak firing them as fast as his fingers could manage. Delicia watched him, her guilt steadily increasing. Such a pace would exhaust her brother, but he did not slow. He couldn't. Shards of ice flew from his palms, their tips razor-sharp, and they slashed through the attackers with ease. The space before the entrance had become a horrific mess of blood, bone, and gore, yet it seemed the tide would not relent. More ice, and then Tarlak switched back to fire, unleashing a torrent from his palms that shot out as if from the belly of a dragon, consuming a dozen of his foes. All around Tarlak the soldiers cheered him on, lifting their swords and shouting his name when he struck down a trio with a long lance of ice that impaled them together, even when they crumpled in death. "Too much," Delicia whispered, watching him falter a spell and have to try a second time before summoning a bolt of lightning from the sky to strike the center of the penned-in orcs. "You're doing too much." At last he fell back, dropping to his knees and holding his forehead. Delicia wanted to go to him. She wanted to bring her healing magic to his aid, to banish his exhaustion, but their foes, despite the tremendous assault they had suffered, still poured inside undeterred. Her role in this battle, it wasn't watching, and it wasn't healing. Not yet. Something in her snapped, and she suddenly felt very cold. It was cowardice to leave it all in the hands of others, to let Tarlak and Brugh and Haern and hundreds of soldiers be the ones to stain their hands with blood in an attempt to keep everyone safe. Not when she could help them. Not when she could share the burden, for no matter how heavy it was, she could bear it. After all, her brother was right. She was strong, and the army invading her city was about to find out just how strong she could be. Delicia broke into a run, feeling incredibly calm despite the carnage around her. Past her brother she ran, and when she reached the thin line of soldiers, she moved them aside with a mere wave of her hand. Faster and faster she pumped her legs, racing toward the heart of her opponent's formation, wanting every bit of momentum she could muster. They would not stop her. They would not defeat her. She barely felt the rain. She barely heard the battle cries, the wounded, the dying. Antonil's men were trying to reseal the hole in the wall, smashing toward it with their shields while enduring the retaliation of their foes. They would not succeed, not without help. Her help. A group of 6 orcs saw the gap she'd opened and rushed toward her, weapons raised, mouths bellowing out a cry she did not hear. They did not scare her. They only made her run faster. Just before they could strike, she flung her arms wide and shouted Asher's name. The ensuing shockwave blasted the nearest orcs to the ground as if they had been struck by the most tumultuous of winds. Her momentum halted as light shot out from her body in all directions. From her back spread a shimmering set of wings comprised of holy light, and controlling them was as natural as moving her hands. Delicia stepped forward, but her feet were no longer touching the ground. Her body moved ahead nonetheless, and her wings lashed out ahead of her, elongating, becoming blades that sliced through the orc bodies as if they were straw. The blood and gore could not stick to the light, and as the orcs howled, she surged forward, lashing them again with her wings. "You are not welcome here," Delicia said, and she felt her voice was not her own. "Begone from this city." She pointed a hand, and from her finger blasted a beam of light twice the size of a man. It tore through their ranks, disintegrating anything it touched. Many orcs flung themselves against the wall of soldiers, tearing at them with wild abandon instead of facing her. Others reacted like rabid dogs, rushing her no matter how reckless it might be. Delicia felt nothing as she struck them down, not even slowing the movements of her feet as she propelled herself toward the gate while hovering above the ground. Whips of light cracked from her hands, searing flesh and shattering bone. She was almost to the gate, and with a thought she sent a wing corkscrewing in, ripping apart the dozen who had tried and failed to flee in time. As the wings retracted, the stunned soldiers on either side regained their wits and rushed to seal the gap. Delicia turned, her wings becoming ethereal, their light rising up to the sky like shimmering smoke. The orcs still within the city were quickly cut down by the remaining soldiers, barring the scattered pockets that had broken through the ring and fled beyond. Delicia felt the ground touch her feet, and the sound of the rain grew in her ears. With a gasp, she took in a breath, and it felt like she woke from a dream. All around her, soldiers gave her a wide berth as they moved to solidify their defenses, which was good, for it felt as if the slightest breeze could have toppled her. Tarlac caught her before she finally fell. "Easy there," he said as she let him hold her. Her arms and legs felt intensely weak, her head filled with cotton. "Are we safe?" she asked. "Seems so," he said. "It looks like the attack has stalled. I doubt the remaining orcs are excited about fighting after they've watched so many of their own slaughtered." "And Brugh?" "The idiot's still on the front lines, angry and kicking." Delicia smiled. "Good," she said. "Now let me go." Just as quickly as the weakness had hit her, it was gone, her strength slowly returning to her body. Gently pulling herself free of her brother, she stood apart a few paces and ran a hand through her soaked hair, much of which stuck to her face and neck. "That'll teach that bastard necromancer not to mess with the Eschaton," Tarlac said, and he made a rude gesture with his arms toward the city entrance. "So what do you think? Are we due for a reward, or a really large He never finished the sentence. Tarlac screamed as he dropped to his knees, fingers clutching at the sides of his face, fingernails digging into his skin so hard thin drops of blood dripped down his cheeks as he raked them up and down. The pain in his voice was terrible to hear. When she reached out for him, he slapped her hand away. "Don't," he said, crumpling, as if trying to shrivel down as small as possible. Don't touch me." His entire body had begun to quiver. Fighting down her rising panic, Delicia closed her eyes and whispered a simple prayer. When she opened them, her vision was attuned to the realm of gods, the natural world turning shadowy and dark. Shimmering and alternating violet and crimson were a dozen snakes latched onto her brother's body. Their eyes were rubies, their scales obsidian. They twisted and curled about him, sliding through his robes as if the cloth were made of air. Only their heads did not move, for they had sunk their ethereal teeth into Tarlak's face and neck. At those spots Tarlak scratched, his hand passing through them like shadows. Every few moments Tarlak's veins pulsed a bright red, the light visible even through his flesh and clothing. What curse is this? Delicia wondered, baffled by the sight of it. Some strange evil of Karak's, she knew, but how could she break it? There was only one way she could think of, and that was simply to bathe her brother with Ashur's grace and pray the curse could not withstand it. Despite his resistance, she grabbed Tarlak by the front of his shirt and knelt down. "You will endure this, do you hear me?" she told her brother. "You're stronger than this, now fight it!" There was no way to know if he heard her, so she trusted him to resist. Pleading to Ashur, she summoned the strength within her, flooding her hands with light. With normal sight it would have appeared as a white glow, but to her god sight it was a brilliant knife that she plunged into her brother's chest. Tarlak gasped as her physical hands touched his body, and then the snakes released, slithering with stunning speed. Delicia felt pain spike up her body as they dug their fangs into her hands, quick jabs before slithering back into her brother's flesh. From each one a trail of smoke floated through the night, traveling back to their master who gave them power and life. Delicia thought to cut the strands, but there was no guarantee it would end the curse. Even worse, she feared it might bring death to Tarlak instead of the mere agony the cursed snakes caused. "Begone from him," she said, pulsing more of her power into her brother's body. The snakes writhed, and she heard a dozen screeches like those of wounded birds. Instead of the prayers exorcising them, the visible manifestations of the curse sank into him, burrowing their heads down into his flesh as their shimmering tails tightened their grasp. Delicia felt herself running short of breath as she continued to pray. Her words caused the horrible things to clench tight, dig deeper, bite harder. Tarlak screamed on his back, thrashing wildly against her touch. At last, she was desperate enough to try cutting the threads. She reached out to the shadowy tendrils, clutching one with her hand. The moment she did, a flash of darkness passed over her eyes, and she heard a voice rumble deep within her mind. "You are nothing, little girl. Merely a feeble child playing in the realm of gods. It will cost you dearly." "A feeble child?" she hissed as she felt herself growing dizzy. "Then prove it, you fiend. I'm not scared of you." At first, laughter was her only response, so full of loathing and mockery she felt her neck flushing. The curse sank deeper into Tarlak, and it filled him with such pain he arched his back and flung aside his arms so far she feared he would break his own bones. The scream that tore out of him was unearthly in its power, terrifying in its agony. And then, with a dozen raptor cries, the snakes leaped from his body and into hers. Delicia's turn to scream. Even the little concentration it took to keep the god's sight enabled left her, and she found herself crumpled on the ground, trembling as she looked through tear-stained eyes at her curled fists. The cursed vipers had been biting her there, but she saw only her own quivering hand. But the pain was real, so very real. Equally terrible was the presence of Karak, like a cold shadow cast across her body. It left her feeling isolated, alone, denied the comfort of her god as she writhed in agony. "Del?" she heard Tarlak ask. He sounded as if he were just waking up from a deep sleep. "Del! No, what did you do?" The pain shifted, curling through her body, attacking her lungs, her heart, her throat. Her eyes burned, and she closed them, unable to shake the image of two obsidian vipers latching onto her eyeballs. Face to the ground, she shuddered as the rain fell upon her, and she'd have given anything for that water to wash away her consciousness. "Feeble child," the prophet's voice echoed in her mind. "A man or woman can die from pain, if it is great enough." The mind breaks, unable to handle such levels of torment. That fate awaits you, priestess. I will drag you to the very brink, and then beyond. You'll die screaming, pissing yourself like a newborn babe as you claw out your eyes. By the end you will be a broken husk, a fitting testament to Karak's fury. This city may not be mine, but I have waited for centuries, and I can wait for centuries more. But how long can you endure? Days? Hours? Minutes? The pain heightened. It didn't seem possible that it could, but it did. Despite her closed eyes, she saw 1,000 exploding spots fill her vision. While only a dozen had bitten her brother, now she felt as if there were 1,000 sinking in their fangs, flooding her with their venom. Every inch of her skin was on fire, every bone in her body aching, every breath she took seeming certain to be her last. You feel the fires of the abyss, feeble child. No mortal can withstand their caress. She heard Tarlak calling for her, distant, unimportant. Rational thought seemed lost to her, her mind able to focus only on the terrible, all-encompassing pain. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know her own name. And then she felt herself go numb, fully numb, as the presence of the dark god bathed her mortal form. "There is still respite," he whispered, his voice deeper than the prophet's. "Even in death, there is time to reach out your hand." The momentary respite from the pain allowed her to gather her thoughts, and she let out a single pitiful laugh. If it was possible to stun a god, she felt she'd done it, for neither Karak nor the prophet spoke his ugly words in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she coalesced her thoughts so she might voice her denial. The effort was incredible. The mere act of opening her mouth meant enduring 1,000 bee stings across the muscles of her tongue and throat, but she would not be silenced. "No!" Every shred of her will, every last remnant of her power, she poured into that single word. With everything, she would deny him. With everything, she would fight the cruelty he sowed, the darkness he fostered. The pain returned, as furious as ever, but she clung to that word, assigning to it her very identity. Her name was Delicia, and even if she was but a feeble child, she was not Karak's child, and would never be. "Death comes for you, priestess. My time for games is ended." The prophet's voice. "No!" She was on her knees now, her awareness returning. It was raining, her clothes were wet, her hair sticking to her face. Wave after wave of agony coursed through her. She beat her fists against the hard stone of the road as she screamed it out again. "No!" Light shone from her fists, and when she struck them again, the stone cracked, spiderwebs racing for hundreds of feet in all directions from the blow. She heard a ringing, high-pitched and piercing, but it felt wonderful to her ears. Lifting her hands, she watched smoke drift off them, spreading into the night air for only a few feet before dissipating. Asher's power flooded from her chest to her extremities, and she reveled in its presence. A whisper, and she returned her vision to the realm of gods. The snakes crawled about her body, but they were twisting in pain, mouths opening and closing in feeble attempts to bite. Clasping her hands together, she lifted them above her head, then flung them down as she stood to her full height. Light flashed from every inch of her skin, and she heard the cursed things shriek, then cease to be. The tendrils connected to the prophet snapped and withdrew, curling like the legs of a dying spider. And then, with a sudden intake of air, her sight returned to normal, and it seemed her ears resumed working again, for she heard the patter of the rain with sudden, startling clarity. "Never," Delicia whispered as she dropped to her knees, chest rising and falling as she gasped in air. "Never yours." "Del!" She barely had time to brace herself before Tarlak flung his arms around her in a hug. Despite every muscle in her body feeling sore, she laughed and pressed her face against his chest. "I'm all right," she whispered. He pulled back, kissed her forehead. "And it's a good thing, too," he said, "because if not, I'd have killed you for pulling such a reckless stunt." Awareness continuing to grow, she saw the remnants of the battle all around her, the gathering soldiers, many of whom stared at her with a mixture of fear and awe. Crossing her arms over her knees, she pressed her head against them and let herself finally cry, the tears as much for relief as they were a reaction to the trauma she'd just endured. Tarlac held her for a few moments, and she sensed he had something he wanted to say. Given the many who lay dying all around her, she had a feeling she knew what. That he would ask it of her, trust her to endure it despite all he'd seen, warmed her tired heart. "You've already done so much," he told her. "But there's still more to do if you can manage it." "I know," Delicia whispered, head lifting from her forearms. Tears were in her eyes, and she wiped them away. There would be time for weakness later. "Help me up, will you?" Rising to his feet, he grabbed her wrist and pulled. When she stood, she felt her exhaustion fading, burying itself deep down until it could be dealt with later. Brushing strands of red hair away from her face, she staggered to the wounded. Her first few steps were weak, and she nearly stumbled. When she reached the nearest, a man bleeding from a horrible stab to his stomach, she dropped to her knees and put her hands directly against the tear in his flesh. "Stay still," she said, hoping her hoarse voice could be heard over the rain and commotion. It seemed he heard. Either that or her presence was enough to calm his cries and make him lie still. Closing her eyes, Delicia prayed the first of what she expected to be very many prayers. Holy light shone around her hands. She heard a distant ringing, and then she opened them to see the wound healed, the blood drying and flaking away from the fresh white scar. "Thank you," the man said, and he looked ready to kiss her. Delicia smiled at him, tried to stand. Her legs quickly betrayed her, and she fell back down onto the hard stone. Within seconds, Tarlac was there, grabbing her arms. "I'm fine," she said. "Just stay with me in case I'm not, and see if you can bring the wounded to me instead." "Sure thing," Tarlac said, and he shouted out the order. As the injured men lined up, some limping, others being carried, Delicia dropped back to her knees and began to resume. Brugh joined her and Tarlac from further up near the gate, and he tapped the wizard in the side with a gauntleted hand. "Ready to go back to the tower and guzzle down something incredibly alcoholic?" "Sorry, Brugh," Tarlac said. "I don't see much reason to celebrate." "The city's safe, and we're still alive," Brugh said. "Sounds like reason enough to celebrate to me." Delicia put her hands onto the stump of a man's left arm, felt the bone and blood moving underneath her fingers. It'd take a lot of time to heal, time she didn't have. Deciding to simply seal the wound, she offered a quick prayer, then motioned him away. While waiting for the next injured, she glanced over her shoulder, looking back at the rain-soaked city, a city filled with death traps bearing the four-pointed star. A city whose fate Haern fought to wrestle from the hands of a maniac. "We're not safe yet," she said softly, and it seemed the thunder rolled in agreement. Chapter 33. Haern glanced over his shoulder as he knelt before Musian's corpse, saw his father standing on the far side of the rooftop. There was no reading that hard face, that impassive stare, but it seemed he had nothing to say. Turning back to the corpse, Haern sheathed his sabers and then began to search the body. He wasn't entirely sure what he was looking for, just something magical, perhaps bearing the four-pointed star to signify its link to the tiles that remained scattered throughout Veldaren. Once it was in his hands, the city would finally be safe, so long as Tarlac and the others held the gates. "You won't find it," Thren said. Haern froze, and he felt dread race from the center of his chest to his extremities, constricting his neck, tightening his gut. Slowly he rose back to his feet and turned to face Thren. "What do you mean?" he asked, already fearing the answer. From underneath his shirt, Thren pulled out a golden amulet that hung from his neck by a long, thin chain. Carved into its surface was a roaring lion, Karrak's favored symbol. There was no need to explain. What else could it be? "How Haern asked, his voice low, still hoarse from the kick to his throat. Luther gave it to me before I killed him, he said, as well as the word needed to activate it. Haern dared not move, not until he knew what this change meant. His father controlled the fate of the city, not Musian? Then the deception, the lies, claiming Musian held it and not him. Why would Luther give it to you? He asked. Thren twirled the amulet in his fingers, drops of blood from his nose dripping across its gold. Because I was strong enough to do what must be done, Thren said. The king's throne hides ancient doors to ancient worlds, and that prophet at our gates would doom us all if he reaches them. If the gates fell, I was to destroy everything to spare Desrel from enslavement to Karak and his priests. Those tiles were never meant for evil, Watcher. They were meant to do what must be done to protect all of mankind. I would think someone like you would understand that. After all, how many have you slaughtered in the name of protecting the common folk of Veldaren? Haern felt his mind reeling. But Musian destroyed several other tiles, he said. He knew. Only too late, Thren said, slipping the pendant back underneath his shirt. His pride blinded him, and at last he paid the price. Why did you lie to me? Haern asked. Just so I'd help you kill Musian? I lied so you'd see what we could accomplish together, Thren said as he slowly paced before him, the rain pouring down upon his bruised face. I wanted you to realize how even the greatest fall before our combined might. It doesn't matter, Haern said, and he shifted, trying to keep his muscles limber. Our time together is over. Not if you don't want it to be, Thren said. I was Musian's heir, and with his death at our hands, my right to rule will only be reinforced. The Sun Guild may be crushed here, but all throughout the West, the remnants will eat each other, trying to decide on a new leader. I can rally them, unite them, while you remain here, the city of Veldaren, yours to rule and protect as you see fit. I won't do it, Haern said, shaking his head. I want nothing to do with the guilds. And what is it you do want? Thren asked. Peace for those who live here. His father laughed, and he stretched his hands out wide as he gestured to the city. What do you think Musian brought? He asked. All the guilds he subjugated. The Trifect he cowed. The king he terrified into inaction. We had peace. A peace broken only by our hands. That is the way of this world. The strong rule the weak, and we are the strong. Your pretended truce only upset the balance of things, but it's gone now, and through this chaos we might give birth to something better. Something proper. He jammed a finger at Haern. If you want peace for Veldaren, then take it. Help me rebuild the Spider Guild, and I will appoint you its leader as I travel west. You'll never defeat them all. You'll never make this city safe, because for every greedy bastard you kill, 2 more are ready to pick his corpse clean. But if you lead them, if you control them, decide their truces, and strip power away from all other pretenders, then this city will know peace. It will be by your hands and under your name. Haern heard the words, the insidious logic, and he had no answer. All he did. What was the point? Was it for revenge against his father? If he wanted peace, if the result was all that mattered, then what reason did he have to reject such an offer if deep down he believed it would work? Lord of Veldaren's underworld, without the need to prowl the rooftops and slaughter so many to maintain his fearful reputation. What more could you want? Thren asked, and Haern could hardly believe the pleading he heard in his voice. Assume the throne you were always meant to have. There is no one better deserving of such a crown. The Spider Guild is yours. Veldaren is yours. Take it. Haern wanted to. He felt the future hovering before him, tantalizing in its possibilities. With but a word, he could finally rule the underworld. No more prowling, no more games and bribes. The peace Musean had forged, Haern could make it last. With Thren as his ally, who would dare resist them? Even the Dark Hand had fallen. The fear inspired by the Watcher would rule supreme, overcoming Threns, the guilds, the kings. If only he stood at his father's side. His father. Haern looked to him, and he felt 1,000 memories rush through him. His lessons, his training, a childhood of books and loneliness. And in it, he remembered how Thren had clutched in vain at power, bit by bit slipping through his fingers. The way it had driven him. The sacrifices it had cost him. Delicia had opened Haern's eyes to a better world, and his father's arrow had shown him the underworld would swallow that better world if given the chance. If truly forced to decide, which would Haern embrace? In his mind's eye, he saw himself in a future where he ruled Veldaren, cloaked in grey, a spider on his chest, and bloody swords in his hands. In that future there would never be a day when the city no longer needed him, not after he lifted it in his hands and declared it his. In that future there would be no difference between him and his father. Haern faced Thren, and he gave an answer he should have given the very moment the question was asked. "No," he said. "I am a servant, not a king. I will never take your place." Thren remained perfectly still, and he swallowed as if nails were in the back of his throat. "So be it," he said, clutching the amulet through his shirt. "If I cannot have a legacy to continue beyond my death, then let my very death cause all of Desrel to shudder." Panic spiked Haern's heart as he realized what his father meant to do. "Wait!" he shouted. "For what?" Thren asked. "You heard, Musean. I have nothing left, and I am too old to build anew. Even if I reformed the Spider Guild, it'd never be what it once was, especially not with you lording over everything. I would rather the city learn, once and for all, the punishment it must suffer for turning against me. Better it as ash than in the hands of others." "Stop it," Haern said, taking a careful step closer. Thren appeared dangerously unhinged, the most emotional Haern had ever seen him. Even the day he'd come home after Marion's death, he'd not looked so broken. "This is insane." "What other way is there? What other legacy might I hope to have? This path I've walked has cost me everything. My friends, my wife, my children. I have no family, no heirs. Even my own son. He's lost to me now." "Your son." He dared not question it, dared not doubt. The game was at its end. Haern slowly reached up to the sides of his hood. Pulling back the soft cloth, he peeled away the protective shadows, revealing his blonde hair and naked face. He said nothing, only stared at Thren as his father stared back, jaw trembling, hands shaking. It felt like an eternity before he finally spoke, and when he did, his voice shook with rage. "My son," Thren said, tears falling from his eyes as he spit out the words, "died in a fire. He died betraying everything I ever taught him. What it meant to live, to rule, what it meant to be family. Don't you get it, Watcher? I have no son. He is lost to me, and is never coming back." Still silent, Haern lifted his hood back over his head as water rolled down his face. "Give me the amulet," he whispered. "Then get out of my sight." Thren shook his head as he drew his swords. "If you want it, you'll have to cut it from my neck." The warm night suddenly felt so very cold. "Don't make me do this," Haern said. "Please, it doesn't have to be this way." his father settled into a stance, short swords held at the ready before him. "Since the day you first scrawled your mark, this was meant to be. Damn my cowardice for waiting so long. My life or yours, Watcher? Draw your blades." Haern did so, settling into the very same stance as his father, left hand out, right hand held back for a parry or thrust. My life or yours. So terribly simple. Thren burst forward, both blades pulling back to swing, and Haern felt his instincts taking over. He met the charge, refusing to let his father establish any momentum. Their blades connected, Haern blocking the combined strike, then digging in his left heel and sweeping with his right. Thren leaped over the kick, tucked into a roll when he hit the ground, then shot back out of it. Both short swords thrust for Haern's waist, one coming in much faster than the other, so Haern could not parry both aside with a single blade. Falling back, Haern batted away each in turn, feeling dangerously close to losing his balance. Thren pressed on, slashing with one hand while attempting to thrust through an opening with the other. Every moment, Haern had to remain aware of the positioning of his weapons, to avoid using the easiest block or parry if it meant using the one Thren expected. Blades dancing, Haern pushed himself on, screaming at himself to move faster, to anticipate each and every maneuver. Digging in his feet, Haern suddenly halted his retreat and flung himself forward. Thren tried to counter, but Haern parried one thrust out wide while his other saber moved high, blocking the downward chop before it could gain any strength. Suddenly, at close proximity, and with his weapons out of position, it was Thren's turn to fall back. With each step, he shifted himself slightly to the left or right, while frantically flinging his short swords in the way of every stroke. Haern tried to keep him on the retreat, denying him a chance to steal the offensive, but only ended up overextending himself. Thren batted aside a weak thrust, stepped in close, then cross-cut. With no way to block in time, Haern arched his back, then let himself fall. The blades sliced the air above him, then looped around for downward thrusts. Haern crashed his blades together, forcing his father's short swords to come together as well, then twisted his head to the side. Thren's sword stabbed into the rooftop, the cold steel missing Haern's neck by less than an inch. Now, in a terrible position, Haern swung his legs, hoping to force his father to retreat, lest he be tripped. Instead, Thren let go of his swords, leaving them embedded in the rooftop, and leaped over the trip attempt. A bold gambit. But with Thren still towering over him, there was little Haern could do to take advantage. As Thren landed, Haern chopped, hoping to catch his father reaching for his short swords. Thren shot out his right heel, kicking Haern in the stomach. Breath blasting from his lungs, Haern forced the weapons to continue, slicing a shallow wound across Thren's extended leg. Thren gritted his teeth to hold in a scream, then kicked off with his other leg. All his weight pushed down on Haern's stomach as his father pirouetted above him, snatching both short swords in a brilliantly fluid motion. The turn continued, arms twisting so that the sharpened edge of both swords slashed for Haern's neck. The moment Thren began the spin, Haern knew his intention, knew he could not position his swords in time to block, nor would cutting Thren's leg do enough damage to prevent the maneuver. So instead he let his arms fall limp, curled his legs in as tightly as possible, and then shot them out like an uncoiled spring. Both heels slammed into Thren's groin just as he was completing the turn, the power of Haern's kick lifting his father off his feet and sending him tumbling away, his attempted killing stroke averted by a hair's width. Haern rolled onto his hands and knees, then stumbled to a stand. His stomach ached, but he felt comfort knowing his father hurt worse. Thren had fallen onto his back, and he twisted onto his stomach and let out a cry of pain as he slammed both sword hilts against the rooftop. He'd fight through it, Haern had no doubt, which meant he needed to capitalize immediately. Ignoring the pain in his gut, he closed the gap between them, sabers swinging. Thren rolled, swords lashing out to parry, rolled again as Haern chased. The movements were too erratic, Haern's chase too slow, and he felt a terrible sting across his knee as one of Thren's blades struck true. Haern's next step was uneven because of it, an opening his father did not miss. Thren ceased retreating, pulled up onto his knees, and thrust with his right arm, his entire body extending forward to maximize both power and reach. It should have pierced him through the gut, but Haern swept it high and wide with his right saber. The tip cut through his cloak, nicked a rib as it opened up a gash across the side of his body. Blood flowed. Haern screamed. He twisted to one side while simultaneously attempting to cut through Thren's arm at the elbow. Thren was ready, blocking with his other sword while pulling back the first. Up from his knees he shot, unleashing stroke after stroke. His sudden fury was overwhelming, and Haern had to push himself to his limits just to match it. Their blades sang as the rain fell down upon them, steadily worsening their footing. Several times Haern thought himself dead, and his speed was the only thing that saved him. A block coming up just in time, a dodge pulling his neck away so that it left only a scratch instead of a fatal gash. Heart pounding so hard it felt as if drums were beating in his ears, Haern abandoned any pretense of going on the offensive. His father had become something else, something savage and beyond human. Every block left Haern's arms aching, his every defense steadily picked apart until he was vulnerable. Haern sought only to survive, to endure the wrath. Where was this fury when we fought Musion? He wondered. Or did Thren hate the Watcher even more than the former master who had abandoned him in disgrace? Haern retreated until he was at the corner of the rooftop with nowhere to go but down. He could flee, he knew. Perhaps drop and hope to survive the fall, but he would not let that be how their battle ended. Holding his ground, Haern matched Thren stroke for stroke, preferring his skill to be what decided their duel instead of whether or not he landed with a twisted ankle. He braced himself with his left leg, felt it slip, and dropped to one knee. Both short swords crashed down at him, and he crossed his sabers into an X to block. Thren poured his strength into them, trying to force through, to beat Haern down, but at last it seemed he had reached his limits. When Haern pushed back while rising to a stand, Thren could not stop him. Just like that, the battle turned. Haern stole the offensive, and he refused to relent, despite how his arms and legs felt made of wood. His lungs burned as he gasped in air, and he felt close to vomiting, but his father would only feel worse, having pushed himself to the breaking point and then beyond. The toll of the entire night, the exhaustion, the emotion, it had come calling. Haern used no clever patterns, no little tricks. Instead, he slashed at Thren over and over, simple, easily blockable maneuvers, keeping him engaged. Force him to use more of his rapidly dwindling strength. Every swing met with weaker resistance, every thrust got that much closer before the parry came. Haern thought the battle a foregone conclusion by the time he had Thren cornered on the opposite end of the rooftop. His father blocked once, twice, then slipped to his knees. Defeat was in his lowered gaze, in his sagging shoulders. Haern pulled back to swing, letting exhaustion and rage blank his mind instead of dwelling on the killing stroke. Except that when the sabers were whistling through the air, Thren looked up, and there was no defeat in his eyes. With one last burst of energy, he blocked the stroke, lunged to his feet, and used his other blade to keep Haern's sabers out of position. His knee rammed into Haern's already sore stomach, followed by a headbutt that flooded his vision with stars. Stumbling, Haern tried to pull back into some sort of defense, and only pure luck had him blocking a stroke coming in high toward his neck. He forced himself to keep moving, to rely on the lessons his father had given him on reacting when fighting blind. His sabers swung wild as he retreated, and he managed to catch another thrust. By the time Thren attempted a third, Haern had recovered. Saber met sword, and this time Haern stepped in close, having caught Thren poorly positioned. His elbow struck Thren in the throat, and when his father retreated, Haern hammered both his sabers into him as if felling a tree. He didn't care at the nicks and chips he wore into his own weapons, didn't care that Thren's defense was poor and desperate, seeking only to keep his short swords in the way. Strike after strike, beating him down to his knees, unleashing upon him years and years of loneliness and betrayal. At last, Thren's swords bowed, his arms too weak to raise a defense. Haern cut across Thren's left hand, kicked the right, then pressed his swords together and smashed his father across the temple with the bottoms of both hilts. Thren dropped, body limp, swords falling from either hand. He lay on his back, raindrops beating down upon him, his eyes half open. Standing over his father, Haern gasped air into his lungs. His entire body ached. He bled from multiple places, and he still felt a terrible need to vomit. Overwhelming it all was cold, vicious rage. Here was the man who had made a mockery of his childhood, who had slaughtered friends to prevent him from knowing a life beyond power, corruption, and death. The man who had denied him to his face. Did Thren know of anything better? Was there anything besides hatred, pride, and vengeance in his sickly heart? There was a way to end it, to put every last bit of it behind him. The tip of his right saber pressed against Thren's throat. One cut. One single cut, that's all it'd take, and his father would bleed out beside the body of his mentor. Thren's eyes seemed to gain focus, and he stared up at Haern with his battered and bloodied face. "So damn blind," he said, voice raspy and weak. Haern pressed the saber tip tighter to his throat, ensuring he would not try to move. "Blind?" he asked. "So blind. How can you not see? My shadow." "I'm nothing like you," Haern said, feeling his temper flare. At that, Thren let out a wet cough that might have been a laugh. "So damn blind," he said, voice gaining strength. "You are me. Look at the blood on your hands. Count the dead. See the chaos you've unleashed upon Veldaren." He coughed again. "With my death, there is no one left to challenge you. Do it, Watcher. Kill me, and rule Veldaren unopposed." He closed his eyes and tilted his head back as if welcoming the fatal sword thrust. Haern stood over him, his hand clutching the hilt so tight his knuckles had gone pale. In his heart, he tried to deny him. They weren't the same. Haern didn't revel in violence. He didn't kill without mercy. Yet he'd felt the thrill of battle as side by side he and Thren had taken on the Sun Guild's greatest. He'd helped torture their members. He'd helped the old guilds rise up to slaughter hundreds that night. And for what? "You're wrong," he whispered, his words not just for his father. "You do what must be done," Thren said softly. "For yourself, and for those you care for, as I have always done. I never had to justify it. I never had to question it. Why did you?" He looked up at Haern, and tears were trickling down the sides of his face. "Why did you have to betray me so?" Haern felt the rain beating down on him, and he wished they were shards of glass that might tear into him, to rip out the pain and confusion and sadness he felt. "I was the one betrayed," he whispered, and before Thren could respond, Haern struck him with his foot across the temple. His father let out a single soft cry as his head snapped to one side, then went silent. Haern stared down at him, watching the soft movements of his father's chest, still breathing, still alive. Haern dropped to his knees, and his sabers fell from his hands. He felt all the guilt he'd numbed, all the lives he'd taken, come crashing back down upon him. How many killings were because of the vow he'd made as a broken child seeking vengeance? How many were because of his own pain, his own fears? Balling his hands into fists, he beat them against Thren's chest, striking him again and again as he cried over his body. "I loved you," he shouted. "Why was that never enough? Why was I never enough?" He'd slain his own brother chasing his father's approval, endured 1,000 trials, pushed himself to the brink, all in hopes that he'd receive the love he knew he deserved. And it had never come. To his father, his life was a betrayal, and it would always be a betrayal. Haern buried his face into that familiar gray tunic, clutched the fabric with his fingers as he struggled to regain control. He'd thought those wounds healed. He'd thought he embodied everything his father hated. But Thren was right. The men they'd tortured and killed, all while he denied his guilt? The power he'd wielded, all while pretending to be a servant? There was no difference between them, not when they both sought to rule. It was an overheard prayer by Delicia that had stayed his first true murder. It was during another prayer of hers that he'd witnessed the monster that was his father as he shot an arrow through her back. And after all that, what was it he'd told her? A beautiful dream, but still a dream. When had he given up hope? When had he let the world defeat him? Haern stared at the shell that was his father, and he felt just as hollow. "Who I am," he whispered, echoing Delicia's pleading for him to remember. Now he knew. He was a scarred, lonely child still fighting to be loved. With his cloaks and sabers, he'd built a new life to hide from that truth. With his hands, he'd killed hundreds. With his eyes, he'd looked upon the city and declared it his. The lonely child wishing to be loved? He would not destroy that final shard of innocence. He would not shatter the last piece that kept him human. "I won't kill you," he whispered. "I can't. I don't want to know who I'd become if I did." Reaching underneath Thren's shirt, he grabbed the amulet and yanked it hard enough to break the slender gold chain. Amulet tucked safely into his pocket, he rose to his feet and limped to the rooftop's edge. For one more day, the city was safe. In such a broken world, it would have to suffice. He hung by one arm, then dropped to the ground. Grunting against the pain, Haern steadily limped west. By the sound of it, the battle at the walls was mostly over, the invading army defeated. Haern was barely aware of the buildings he passed and the streets he crossed. He didn't know where else to go, so he went to the western gate. His chest felt hollow. His head felt light. Step after step he made his way, until at last he saw a gathering of soldiers before the ruined remnants of the gate, many of them wounded. Amid them, healing magic glowing on her hands, her white robes stained with dirt and blood, was Delicia. Haern stopped when he saw her, feeling drained of energy and suddenly unsure. He'd needed to confirm she'd survived, but beyond that, he'd hurt her so many times now. Perhaps it was best to finally leave her be, to save her from the downward spiral of his own life. Her eyes met his, and he wondered if she saw his guilt, his crippling indecision. If she did, it didn't matter. She came running. Arms flinging around him, Delicia held him, her face against his chest as she let fall tears of relief. "I've come back," Haern whispered. And despite how simple the proclamation, he realized it was true enough. His arms closed about her, holding her tight, as his cloaks encircled them both, and there was comfort in their shadows. Epilogue. A week later, as Haern prepared for nightfall, Tarlac stepped into his room and let out a cough to gain his attention. "Just received word from the king," the wizard said, lifting a scroll in his left hand to punctuate the sentence. "What about?" Haern asked, as he finished pulling on one boot and grabbed the other beside him on the bed. "Well, you being... you, the Watcher. The king's agreed to honor the original truce, so long as the other guilds are willing to go along with it. Given how they're all in various shades of disarray, I can't imagine anyone risking both your wrath and the king's paranoia instead of taking the free gold." "The Ash Guild might," Haern said, rising from the bed and pulling on one of his vambraces. "I think even Deathmask has had more fun than he'd prefer over the past few months," Tarlac said. "Call it a hunch, but I believe he'll lay low for a while, and manipulate the different guilds as they form instead." "It's not a bad idea," Haern said, putting on the second vambrace. "I expect I'll be doing much the same. It seems all the old guilds are resurfacing, though mostly in name only. I need to make sure the rulers are at least somewhat sane, and will listen to reason. The last thing we need is some upstart deciding they'd rather have another war." Haern pulled on his cloaks, the weight and feel of the fabric giving him a slight chill. "There's also the matter of Thren," Tarlac said, clearly unhappy about broaching the subject. "What about him?" Haern asked, keeping his voice indifferent despite lurking emotions quite to the contrary. "Well, he's still alive. That's issue number 1. Issue number 2 is, what do we do about him? A repeat of the Thief War would be what I would call a very bad thing, and it's also possible he could use his reputation to gather the fledgling guilds under his control. Doesn't matter if he wouldn't have a chance of winning. That psycho tried to blow up all of Veldaren. What's a little underground war compared to that?" Haern shook his head, and he wished he could better explain it. "I think Thren is finally broken," he said. "So long as I'm alive, he won't try anything drastic beyond reinforcing his claim on the Spider Guild, and perhaps establishing dominance over the rest. I'll keep an eye on things, just in case, but I wouldn't lose any sleep over it." The wizard shrugged. "If you say so. Oh, and while I'm remembering," he pulled out a golden amulet, a simple enough-looking thing with a single roaring lion in its center. "Do you want it?" Haern frowned. "Don't you need that?" he asked. "Not anymore," Tarlac said. "Unmade the last of the tiles earlier today. It's a lot easier to disarm a lock when you have the damn key. They're as dangerous as kittens now, and the city guards had fun breaking them with sledges and shovels. I'm guessing after all Musean put them through, it's a rather cathartic exercise. The king also informed me of his gratitude in his note here. Shame gratitude does not mean mountains of gold. Anyway, he offered the amulet. Want it?" Haern pulled Senkei's old pendant of the Golden Mountain from underneath his shirt, put it back. "I have the only amulet I need," he said. "Keep it as a memento if you'd like, or melt it down for the gold. It means nothing to me." He pulled his hood over his head, let the shadows envelop his face. As he straightened it, Tarlac paused, giving him an odd look. "Is this your first time going out since—" "Yeah," Haern said, interrupting his question. "It is." Tarlac chuckled. "Had a hunch. Delicia's waiting for you outside. Make sure you say goodbye to her beforehand, all right? You're the king's watcher. That means showing my sister some manners." Haern smiled, and he felt a bit of his nervousness ebbing. He put his hand on the wizard's shoulder, squeezed it tightly. "Every time I've needed you, you've been there for me," he said. "I just want to thank you for that, Tar." "Most welcome. Now get out there and do your job." Haern nodded, descended the stairs. "At Veldaren, I mean," Tarlac shouted after him, eliciting a chuckle from Haern. As Tarlac had said, Delicia waited for him outside the door to the tower, arms crossed and a smirk on her face. She looked almost golden in the light of the setting sun. "Is this going to become a regular thing?" he asked her as he shut the door behind him. "I doubt it," she said. You overestimate my patience if you think I'll be waiting for you every single night just to say goodbye. Haern laughed, hoping to hide his own nervousness with good humor. It felt like there were 100 things they had yet to discuss, and part of him wondered if he would ever tell her what had happened between him and Zusa. Doing so could hurt her, but keeping it silent made it feel like every moment with her was a lie. He didn't know how to reconcile it, didn't know what was right, and he hated how it left him awkward and silent. Perhaps it would grow easier as the memory faded, no different from that of Ghost's death. Just let me pretend you miss me that much every time I go, Haern said, forcing a smile to his lips. Surely it can't be that far from the truth. She smiled, one just as forced as his own. Trying to guess the reason, he assumed it had to do with his returning to his duties as the Watcher, and he did his best to head off any worries. I'll be all right, he told her. Tonight's a night like any other. That's a lie, and we both know it. So it was about his safety. He fought down a sigh. He could battle Thren Fellhorn as well as the Dark Hand, yet still she'd fear for his safety? If it will make you feel better, I'll remain low for a while. Try not to get into any real skirmishes. That's not what worries me, she said. You're going back to being the Watcher. What does that mean? After everything you went through a week ago. Haern stepped closer, and he found himself unable to meet her eye as he spoke. Whatever drives me, it's more than just peace for this city, he said. I could have had that if I wanted it. I could have become everything my father desired. But that's not who I ever wished to become. Who I am, who I choose to be. It has to mean something. It has to make all these sacrifices worthwhile. And I do know who it is I wish to be. I finally do. He crossed his arms, uncrossed them, feeling so naked, so exposed, but he had to say it. He had to tell her, if only so he might silence the guilt eating at the back of his mind. I once asked you to be my rock, to be there so I knew who I was. That was wrong of me, Del. I never should have put the burden of my confusion and failures on your shoulders. That was nothing but cowardice. I want you to know that I ask nothing of you now. I ask nothing. Expect nothing. Delicia grabbed the front of his shirt, yanked him close, and shut him up with a kiss. My love is a gift, she said, and you don't need to ask for it, because it's already yours. But the risks I take, the battles, death will come for me, Del. Knowing that, how can I be so selfish and cruel? I never wanted to hurt you. I never wish to again. Delicia wrapped her arms about him, holding him close. It doesn't matter, she said softly. Wherever you go, I will always be waiting. If you should die, I'll wait, and I'll pray, and I'll look for your face when Asher takes me home. I'm scared of losing you, but I won't let that fear cost me the time we have together. Haern smiled down at her, and he felt tears building in his eyes. I don't know what I'd do without you, he said. You'd only miss me for a little while, she said, standing on her toes so she might kiss his forehead. And even then, I promise I'll be waiting. Now go and stalk the shadows, Watcher of Veldaren. You have a city that needs you. Haern hugged her again, and he could not believe the relief he felt. Thank you, he whispered. Gently separating their bodies, he pulled his hood low over his face and adjusted his cloaks. Safe travels, Watcher, she said, turning to leave. I'll be here when you return. Always? He asked her. Always. With her smile in mind, he ran to the city, ran to the rooftops and the dark alleys that were his comfort, his battlefield, his home. The very first time she'd entered the Gemcroft mansion, Zusa had rescued Elisa from the cold prison built beneath. Now, as the rows of servants, soldiers, and wagons rolled out, she felt she had rescued Elisa once again, not just from her mansion, but from the whole damned city of Veldaren. It had been a prison far more encompassing and far harder to escape, but Zusa was determined to make this freedom last. The city of thieves and murderers would not control them anymore. It had taken weeks of planning, shifting trade agreements and policies, appointing various stewards who would remain in the city, none of whom would have enough power to become a potential threat.
Zusa!
She turned, saw Nathaniel calling out to her from the seat beside his mother in their carriage, beckoning her.
Will you join us?
Zusa smiled at him, and normally she would have, but she'd caught a familiar face lurking on a nearby rooftop, so instead she remained at the front door of the mansion, cupped her hands on either side of her mouth, and shouted back, "I will soon enough. Keep your mother company for me." Nathaniel beamed and bobbed his head in answer before snuggling closer to his mother. The sight warmed Zusa's heart. It had taken days before Nathaniel had shown any sign of recovering from whatever he'd endured at the southern gate. Karak had been involved, that was all Zusa had gleaned, and the knowledge soured her stomach. But upon learning they'd be moving to Riverrun, abandoning their family home in Veldaren, the boy had steadily improved. Truth be told, he acted like a great weight had been removed from his shoulders, and he was hardly the only one who'd had that reaction. As the great caravan rolled west, Zusa calmly walked to the end of the property, locked the iron gate behind her, and then crossed the street. Curling around to the side of a building, she easily climbed up, finding the Watcher waiting for her on the slanted rooftop. He smiled at her from underneath his hood, then gestured to the caravan. "I heard the rumors. Not that I believed them," he said while crouched at the rooftop's edge. "I thought Veldaren was Elisa's city." "If this city belongs to anyone, it's you," Zusa said, smiling. "Lady Gemcroft has finally decided the safety of her family is more important than putting up a powerful facade. We're leaving this sick, rotten city. If Nathaniel wants to return when he comes of age, so be it. Until then, we'll live in Riverrun." Haern nodded as he watched the train of people and wagons roll on. Zusa sensed he was uncomfortable. Hardly surprising. They'd yet to speak of their night together. She'd been terribly vulnerable, and perhaps it had been the same way for him. Given the shadows across his face, hidden even in the midday light, she had a feeling Haern was not one used to letting his guard down. "Zusa," he said, still not looking at her. "About last time we—" She grabbed his hand and shushed him. "You gave me comfort when I needed it," she said. "Let it remain just that, and nothing more." Except it had been more, and she almost said so, but it was not what he wanted to hear. He looked down at her hand holding his, then cupped it with his other before he stood. "There's someone I think I love," he said. "She's gentle, good at heart. But given this brutal life I lead, the risks it'd bring her just by being with me—" He tilted his head at her, laughing to reveal his embarrassment. "It's sad, but you're the only person I know to talk to about this with. Am I a fool to hope for some sort of happiness? Is it selfish of me to endanger her so?" Zusa used her free hand to slowly pull back his hood to reveal his handsome face, his square jaw, his beautiful blue eyes. She wanted to see him like that one more time, to have a face to remember instead of his low hood and shadowed visage. Standing on her toes, she gently kissed his lips, then pulled back so she might meet his gaze. "You're a kind, wonderful man," she told him. "Be with who you love, and damn any fear that keeps you apart. You deserve happiness in this life, Watcher. We all do." That said, she pulled away from him and turned her attention to the Gemcroft caravan. "I have a family to be with," she said. "I trust you'll handle Veldaren well enough while I'm gone." "I'll do what I can," he said, smiling at her. "And Zusa, thank you." Pulling his hood back over his head, he climbed to the apex of the rooftop and then slid down from view. Zusa watched him go, and she wondered if she'd made a mistake in not telling him. Down to the street she climbed, then ran to join Elisa and Nathaniel in their wagon. That night the three of them gathered around a campfire in the heart of the circle of wagons. Veldaren was a glowing candle in the distance, and the atmosphere was one of celebration. Elisa had ordered several kegs opened, and her servants and soldiers drank themselves stupid. Zusa smiled amid the revelry, soaking in the joy despite feeling ill herself. "You're going to love River Run," Elisa told Nathaniel, who sat next to her, chomping on a chicken leg. "There are rows of falls, each with deep pools between them that you can just dive and swim." "Does the boy know how to swim?" Zusa asked. "I'm right here," Nathaniel said, "and yes, the boy does know how to swim." "My apologies," Zusa said, dipping her head. "Next time, I will ask the boy directly." He glared, but it was comical, overemphasized, and she laughed. That laughter quickly ended as she felt her stomach shifting, suddenly and with little warning. Turning aside, she let out a single cough before she vomited up much of her meal. The smell was awful, the taste of the greasy meat coming back up her throat no better. She coughed again, trying to recover her breath. "Are you sick?" Nathaniel asked, and Zusa smiled despite the silliness of the question. "With nothing you can catch," she told him. "All right, it's late," Elisa said, tapping Nathaniel on the back. "Go on and get to bed. We have an early start tomorrow." Nathaniel kissed his mother's cheek, then wandered off toward the tent the servants had erected for him. Elisa remained behind at the fire, glass eyes staring at Zusa from across it. Zusa wondered what she was thinking, how she might react. "I remember my sickness when I carried Nathaniel, and it wasn't always in the morning," she said. "How long have you known?" For a brief moment Zusa thought to lie, a ridiculous notion given how quickly it'd be found out. Stare locked on the fire, she felt strangely nervous and embarrassed as she answered. "Not long," she said. 2 weeks ago my blood never came." Elisa rose from her seat, walked around the fire, and then sat cross-legged beside her. She leaned forward, hands clasped. No judgment, no anger, just concentration. "Do you know who the father is?" she asked. Zusa nodded, said nothing. "Will you tell him?" It was the one question that had been raging in her mind for weeks. Zusa looked up, mind finally made, heart finally ready. Would she tell him? Would she add another burden to an already burdened man? Reaching out, she grabbed Elisa's hands, gripped them tightly as she met her gaze, and gave her answer. If you enjoyed A Dance of Chaos, continue listening for previews of The Lascar's Dagger by Glenda Lark and A Crown for Cold Silver by Alex Marshall.
1 year before. The youth ran, running as he'd never run before, racing time itself down the beach. White coral sands scudded under his bare feet, muscled arms pumped, breath labored. He raced, yet his mind screamed at him all the while, "You'll be too late, too late." He sailed over the fallen trunk of a coconut palm, leapt the sun-whitened driftwood of a forest giant, splashed through a stream trickling to the sea. Too late, too late. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the ship anchored in the lagoon, sails furled, prow swinging to meet the incoming tide. His mind refused to consider it, refused to absorb the significance of the rowing boat drawn up on the sand of the far curve of the beach. My fault. All my fault. At the edge of Bataguli Bay, where the coastline was heaped with marbled boulders, he turned away from the sea, his feet flying from sand to forest track as if speed could halt the disaster his foolish words had nudged into motion. Air rasped into his lungs, pain lanced his side. "Don't give up. There's always a chance." The path curled upwards through the trees. The canopy thickened to dim the light and block the breeze. Roots knobbled the path, but his footing was sure. He labored on, sweat pouring over his bare torso to soak the waist of his sarong. The burst of a gunshot. A single explosion splintered into tens of echoes, each reverberation a promise of horror. Startled birds rose around him, bursting from the undergrowth and branches, their calls spreading their panic. He sped up, not knowing until then that greater speed was possible, but taking hope from the lack of any further gunshots. And then, much later, a scream, a human scream of anguish. It crushed him, that anguish, as it disintegrated all hope. Too late. Yet still he ran, long past his normal ability to endure. He burst into a clearing ringed with warriors, and came to a halt. Too late. All my fault. Raja Weeramulia lay on the ground, blood still seeping from his breast. The regalia proclaiming his ruling rank had been torn from him, part of it scattered on the ground around his body, part of it missing. Plundered. The prize the murderers had sought. Rani Marcianda crouched at his side, her forehead bowed to his cheek, her grief a tangible thing spreading around the gathering, scarifying them all. The Raja's only son, too young to fully understand, stood at her side, his body trembling with shock. The Raja's warriors, some spattered with blood, stood in a semicircle around them, stunned, disbelieving, leaderless. Slowly the Rani raised her face, to look not at them, but at him. Her glance swept up over his sweaty, heaving chest, to linger on his wild look of horror. "Was it you?" she asked. "You who betrayed us?" He knelt, touching his forehead to the ground, acknowledging his guilt, aware that she could order his death, knowing it would be justice rightly dispensed. He heard the rustle of the warriors unsheathing, but when he glanced up, it was to see her stay them with a gesture. Who better than he to avenge this death? Who better to bring back what was stolen? The questions were asked, but she expected no answer. They shuffled and glanced away, not meeting her gaze, as she turned to him once more. You, Ardi, with your foolish hubris, you will make this right, or die. She picked up one of the blood-spattered plumes from the regalia now lying on the ground. Glorious in color and splendor, it had adorned her husband. Now she held it out towards him like an accusation, her gaze implacable. Helpless, knowing what she was doing, knowing what it meant for him, he took it from her and shuddered at the sticky wetness on the shaft. You will go to the chrismaker and have a blade wrought. This I command. The hilt I will make myself. He bowed his head. Then you will bring back all that was stolen from us, no matter if the quest takes you to the end of the world. Do not think of returning until you succeed. A sigh whispered around the circle of warriors, like a flutter of leaves on the wind. They knew what she asked of him. Perhaps they even pitied him a little. Perhaps they were just glad she had not selected one of them. You know why this is necessary. You know the horror this theft can bring. You cannot change what happened. This is the closest you can come to atonement. Her words faltered and faded, showing how tenuous her hold on her grief was. He wanted to weep. I know, he whispered. If I could undo pointless words. He halted, and said instead, "I know what must be done, and I will do it. How many were taken?" "3. Only when you have all 3 will you return. Now go." He turned and stumbled away, his shame and grief driving him forward when his legs would have failed him. When he reached the beach once more, the ship was already unfurling its sails, the sailors just distant spiders in the rigging. And Lostri was there on the shore, watching. Her long black hair shone in the sun, and the sea wind whipped strands across her face. He stopped, arms hanging like lifeless driftwood, one hand clutching the cascading golden feather. She regarded him in silence, her eyes filled with fear. She'd heard the gunshot. She'd heard the birds. Her gaze dropped to the blood-stained feather. She would know that it meant more than a death. He said, You tried to tell me, but I was foolish and would not listen." The frog under the coconut shell, thinking it knew the whole world. "The Rani has bade me leave." Then go with the spirit of the wind, and pray that the same wind brings you back." The words were ritual, but her voice shook with anguish, and he saw the tears on her cheeks. "Will you wait?" he asked, but he was the one who waited, in agony, for the answer she did not give. As she walked away, he knew he'd lost everything: home, family, love, honor, the life he had led until now, perhaps even life itself. No way to change anything, only a chance, a sliver of hope, to prevent further wrongs. He sought the Chrismaker, knowing he was taking the first steps on a journey that could lead him to the other side of the world. 1. The Touch of Spice. Saker paused, nose twitching. Good va above. The smell. No, not smell. Aroma. The intense, rich aroma of spices saturating his nasal passages and tickling the back of his throat. Gorgeously pervasive fragrances, conjuring up images of faraway lands. Perfumes powerful enough to scent his clothes and seep into the pores of his skin. He recognized some of them: the sharp tang of cloves, the woody snippiness of cinnamon, the delicious intensity of nutmeg. Saker Rampion, Witten priest of the faith, was privileged enough to have inhaled such fragrances wafting up from manor kitchens, but never had he smelled spices as pungent as these. Never had he been so tantalized by scents redolent of a world he'd never visited. Crouching on the beam under the slate shingles of the warehouse roof, he inhaled, enjoying the richness of an olfactory decadence. Any one of the bales beneath him could make him a rich man. For life. Enough of the daydreaming, Saker. Wittens are never wealthy. His early morning breaking and entering into Merchant Uthan Kesslier's main warehouse did have a purpose, but it wasn't theft. He'd come not as a thief, but as a spy for his employer, the Pontifect of Va Faith. Several hours remained before the city of Ustgrind would waken to another summer's day, but slanting sunbeams already filtered through the ill-fitting ventilation shutters to illuminate the interior. In one corner, ledgers were neatly aligned on shelving behind the counting clerks' desks. The rest of the warehouse was stacked high with sacks and casks from the holds of the 1,000-ton Carrick Spice Dragon, recently docked with a cargo purchased halfway around the world. Narrow aisles separated the rows of goods. Seen from his perch on the beam, it was as confusing as a hedge maze. He had already seen, or rather smelled, enough to glean some of the information he'd been sent to obtain, but he wasn't about to leave without proof. Tying one end of his rope to the beam, he lowered the other end onto the burlap of the bales. He rappelled down the wall until his feet hit the top bale. Leaving the rope where it was, he crouched to examine the sacking beneath his feet. He peeled off his leather gloves and tucked them into his belt, then used the tip of his dagger to tease apart the strands of burlap. The hole he made was just large enough to insert the tips of 2 fingers and pull out a sample. In the dim light, he wasn't sure what he had. It felt like wood and was shaped like a star, no larger than his thumbnail. He lifted it to his nose and inhaled. A tantalizing smell, similar to aniseed, but stronger and subtly mixed with a hint of... what? Fennel? A spice, obviously, but not one he knew. He slipped several of the wooden stars into his pouch, smoothed over the hole in the sacking, and moved on to another bale. After a quarter of an hour, he'd extracted samples of 8 different spices and done a rough count of sacks, bales, and casks. In the interests of secrecy, he'd resisted the temptation to break the seal around the bungs on the casks to see what they contained. His instructions had been explicit. "Just for once, no one is to know what you are doing, Saker," the Pontifex had said with weary sternness after giving him his instructions. "No adventuring, no brawling, no sword fights, no hair's-breadth escapes. You're supposed to gather intelligence, not be a one-man army." "Not so much as a bloody nose," he'd replied cheerfully. "I swear it, Your Reverence. I find out if Lomir's merchant traders have found the spicery, and if they have, what their intentions are. Then I return with the information. No one will know the Pontifex Witten spy was even in Ostgrind. Simple." "Somehow nothing is ever simple if you're involved." As this was said with a sigh that spoke of a long-suffering patience not far from being shattered, he'd had the wit to stay silent. Now, however, he smiled wryly at the thought of Saker Rampion keeping out of trouble. He seemed to attract trouble, swinging towards it like a compass needle pointing north. A moment later, right on cue, he knew he wasn't alone in the warehouse. He wasn't sure what had alerted him. A faint inhalation of a breath? The almost inaudible scrape of a shoe against the rim of a cask? Something. While counting the cargo, he'd circled the whole warehouse, walked down every narrow alley between the stacks. I didn't see or hear anybody. The hair on the back of his neck prickled. He eased himself down into a crouch, holding his breath. No one shouted an alarm. The silence remained as intact as the aromas saturating the air, yet every instinct told him he was being stalked. It wasn't a mouse or a warehouse cat. It wasn't the creak of timber warming up as the sun rose. Someone was there, in the building, following him. Va rot him, he's good, whoever he is. The warehouse doors were barred on the outside, and the street was patrolled by arquebus-toting guards of the Kessler Trading Company. His only escape route was the way he'd come in, over the roofs. Edging down a narrow canyon between stacked casks on one side and layers of bulging sacks on the other, he headed back to the rope. Each step he took was measured, silent, slow. As he moved, he ran through possibilities. A thief? A spy for another trading company? A warehouse guard? The thought of someone skilled enough to stay hidden and quiet all this time sent a shiver tingling up his spine. His hand dropped to the hilt of the dagger at his belt. Confound his decision to leave his sword back in his rented room. He'd feared it would hamper his climb to the roof. Now he feared its lack. He'd almost reached the rope when a soft, slithering sound gave him a sliver of warning. Too late, he threw himself sideways. A man dropped on him from the top of a stack of sacks, his momentum sufficient to send them both sprawling. His heart skidded sickly as he tried to roll away, but there was no escaping the grip on his shoulder. Face down, his nose ground into the floor hard enough to start it bleeding, his dagger inaccessible under his hip. He was in trouble. So much for his promises. He relaxed momentarily, allowing his muscles to go soft. The hand jamming him down to the floor was powerful, yet the body on top of his felt surprisingly slight. A woman? Surely not. His assailant had the muscles of an ox. A strong smell of salt, though. A sailor, perhaps. Yes, there was the confirmation. A whiff of tar from his clothes. He arched his body up and over, reaching backwards with his free arm. Clutching a handful of hair, he wrenched hard. The fellow grunted and punched him on the side of his face. He let go of the hair, and they separated, rolling away from each other and springing to their feet. The young man facing him was at least a head shorter than he was, but the real surprise lay in his coloring. Black eyes stared at him out of a brown face, framed by black hair long enough to be tied at the neck. Not Lomian, then. Pashali? A Pashali traitor from the Va-forsaken hemisphere? He was dark enough, but his clothes were all wrong. He was dressed in the typical garb of a tar straight off a Lomian ship. In the dim light, it was hard to guess his age, but Saker thought him a few years younger than himself. 19, 20? Not much more than a youth, crouching, arms held wide, body swaying slightly. The stance of someone used to hand-to-hand combat. Bare feet. A brown-skinned sailor and no shoes. He'd heard about them. Skilled sailors from the Va-forsaken half of the globe, but not from Pashalin. They were recruited from the scattered islands of the summer seas, and their reluctance to wear shoes in all but the coldest weather was legendary. What did the Pashali call them? Lascars. That was it. But what in all the foaming oceans was he doing in Lomir? Lascars crewed Pashali trading vessels half a world away. They didn't turn up in warehouses in chilly, wet Ustgrind, capital of Lomir, though he'd heard they occasionally reached the eastern coasts of his own nation, neighboring Ardrone. He'd never glimpsed one, though. He dropped his hand to pull out his dagger, but barely had it free of his belt before the young man sprang at him, turning sideways as he came, his front leg rising in a kick. Confused by the move, Saker hesitated. The man's heel, as hard as iron, slammed into his wrist. The dagger went flying, and he was left gasping in pain. Consign the whelp to hell. A wallop like that could kill. And with bare feet, too. His heels must be as thick as horn. He ducked away and, to give himself time to recover, said with all the calm he could muster, "Can't we talk about this? I imagine you don't want to get caught in here any more than I do." That was as far as he got. The youth came barreling at him again, his speed astonishing. Saker reacted without thinking. He slid one foot between his opponent's legs, laid a hand flat to the floor to give himself leverage, and pushed sideways. His legs scissored around the youth's right knee, pitching him over. The Lascar fell awkwardly, grunting in pain. Saker threw himself on top, and for a moment they wrestled wildly on the floor. The sailor might have been small in stature, but he was all sinew and muscle. Worse, he was a scrapper. He headbutted Saker's face, sending fierce pain lancing through his cheekbones. His nose gushed fresh gouts of blood. Only a lucky blow using his knee to jab the fellow's stomach saved him from further ignominy. They broke apart, panting. Saker cursed. His shirt was torn all down the front, so he used it to wipe the blood from his face. His opponent had scooped the fallen dagger up from the floor and drawn another from his belt. His blade was oddly sinuous. Saker's mouth went dry. Sailors said there was sorcery in blades like that. Fobbing damn. Fertility will be furious. Sorry, Your Reverence. I think trouble has come calling again. Sometimes life just wasn't fair. He backpedaled away, fast, relying on his memory of the configuration of the cargo heaped behind him. The Lascar leapt after him. Saker grabbed a barrel balanced on top of another and pulled it to the floor between them. The metal rim rolled over his attacker's bare foot. He didn't flinch. Saker tumbled another after it, and then a third, a smaller one, bound around the bulge with cane. The cane broke when it hit the floor, splitting the staves apart to release a cloud of bright yellow powder which billowed up around him. Disoriented, he tripped over one of the staves and fell face down into brightly colored ground spice. He pushed himself up, blinded, utterly vulnerable, dripping blood and sneezing, blowing out clouds of gold-colored powder. He blinked away the spice and found himself looking into twinkling black eyes. His assailant's amusement didn't prevent him from pricking his ribs with the point of his wavy dagger, or twisting his other hand into his torn shirt to haul him to his feet. Pox on the cockerel. Saker could have said any number of things. Instead, he wiped blood-stained powder from his face and selected the most harmless question he could summon. What is this stuff? Kunyit. Here men say turmeric. A spice, I hope, and not a poison. The grin broadened. Maybe you no live long enough to be poisoned, yes? The fellow jabbed the point of his dagger a little more firmly into his side. Saker sneezed again, a series of explosive paroxysms. Each time, the point of the dagger jabbed unpleasantly through the cloth of what was left of his shirt. Va help him. He was as helpless as a featherless squab. The side door of the warehouse swung open with a loud creak. Light and the sound of voices flooded in. Both of them froze, then, as one, ducked down below the level of the stacked cargo. The Lascar eyed him warily, keeping his wavy blade at the ready, even as he slipped Saker's knife into his belt in a deliberate gesture of ownership. Their danger was now a shared one. If the newcomers wanted to inspect the cargo, there was no way they'd miss the broken cask with its contents spilled. Any man caught in an Ustgrind warehouse could expect no mercy. Lomian law protected trade and traders, and punishment of transgressors tended to be lethal. Va blast, we could soon be as dead as soused herrings in a firkin. Silently he shrugged at his unwelcome companion. The Lascar leaned forward until his mouth was almost at his ear. Betray me, my blade stick your heart. You understand, no? Saker rolled his eyes to signal his lack of interest in continuing the fight. He glanced at his rope where it hung against the wall. It suddenly looked all too obvious. Carefully he reached for his gloves. The Lascar watched, alert, as he pulled them on. Footsteps rattled the floorboards at the entrance. He counted the number of shadows cast across the light as men entered the door one by one. 5. 5 people. Only one spoke, directing the rest to the desks. Relieved, Saker breathed out. Clerks, then? No, too early for clerks. This was a clandestine meeting. Chairs scraped, more murmured conversation. Then one voice, authoritative, irritated, spoke above the rest. Well, Minster Kessler, what's all this about, then? Dragging us out of our warm beds at this forsaken hour? I trust you have a good cause. Kessler? Kessler himself. The Ustgrind merchant, who not only owned the warehouse, but who possessed the largest fleet in all the regality of Lomir. The idea that such a powerful man had called a meeting at 5 in the morning in a dockside warehouse was startling. Saker's astonishment paled, though, under his growing fear. If he was caught and identified as an Ardrenese Witan working for Fertillery Riedling, the pontifex of the faith, he would not only be hanged as a thief and a spy, but his involvement would drag the pontificate into an international incident. He winced. The repercussions would be horrendous. He strained to hear the conversation, but the men had dropped their voices to a murmur. Beside him, the Lascar peered around the edge of the bales to see what was happening. His frown told Saker he wasn't having much luck either. The next audible words were uttered by a different man, his tone incredulous. "That's a preposterous proposal. Your skull's wormholed, Kessler, if you think we'll agree to that." Once again, the reply was muffled. Saker gritted his teeth. What proposal? To do what? Between whom? Without a second thought, he hoisted himself up the side of the bale until he lay flat on top. He was nowhere near the front row of the stacked cargo, and stuffed sacks on top of the bales still hid him from the Lomians, but there was a gap between them, several inches wide. A slit he could look through. He had a narrow view of the counting table near the desks, now scattered with papers and charts, and the face of a man seated there. A lantern on the table provided more illumination, and there could be no mistaking him. Uthen Kessler. Although they'd never met, the merchant had been pointed out to him on the street, and a bulbous growth on the side of his nose made for a distinctive visage. A soft scrabbling behind told Saker the Lascar had followed him. The young man, baring his perfect white teeth in a grin that might have been infectious in another situation, burrowed his way between Saker and the sacks until he was sharing the same view. One of the men raised his voice to growl. "Profit? Not from this recent venture of yours, I think, Minster Kessler. I noticed neither of your other carracks followed the Spice Dragon up the Ust estuary home to the berth outside." "Scuttled in the islands. Shipworm. 3 in every 4 men in the fleet died, so there weren't enough to man all 3 vessels anyway. Those still alive sailed the Spice Dragon home. The dead were no loss. More profit for the rest, in fact." The Lascar drew breath sharply, and his muscles tautened against Saker's torso. His hand groped for his wavy-bladed dagger, now thrust through the cloth belt at his waist. He was on board, Saker thought with sudden insight. He sailed on the Spice Dragon to Ustgrind. Those poor bastards who died had been his shipmates. Scurvy-ridden fishbait, probably, or dying of bloody flux and fever in strange ports. "Come now," Kessler was saying. "You know how it is, Minster Molden. Since when have any of you rattled your brains about such things? It's the way Va has ordered life. There are always plenty more tars willing to take the risk and seek their cut of the trade. I'm sure Minster Gare and Minster Bogveth agree with me." The shoulder muscles of the youth rippled like a cat about to spring. Saker gripped him, shaking his head. The fellow turned to glare, dark eyes flashing, daring him to say something. He kept silent. The conversation mellowed, the softer words unintelligible, but he had gleaned the identity of 3 of the other 4 men. Gare, Molden, and Bogveth, all merchant families with shipping interests, families not just wealthy, but influential at the Regal's court. The Gares hailed from Umdorp, the second-largest port of Lomir. The Moldens controlled the docks and fleets of Fluga in the north, while the Bogveths had a monopoly of trade out of Grota in the far south. That they were talking to one another astonished him. Competition between ports was a normal part of the country's commerce. Lomian shipping merchants didn't cooperate. They prattled the whereabouts of rival merchantmen to Ardrenese privateers instead. Cankers and Gauls, what's going on? The Pontifex won't like this, whatever the truth. When rich men played their games of wealth, they endangered the independence of Va faith and the neutrality of the pontificate. He strained to hear more, but caught only fragmented snatches. And he still didn't know the name of the fifth man. New design of cargo ship. They're called flutes. That was Kessler speaking. The Regal will want a privateer's ransom. Well, we can't succeed without him, that's for sure. I have just such a tasty bait. Kessler again. The words were followed by a short silence, then a rattling sound. A piece of wood as a bribe for the Regal? Someone asked, tone scathing. This is bamboo, Kessler replied. From the Summer Sea Islands. It grows like that, with a hole down the middle. The Lascar jerked, the expression on his face an odd mixture of both pleasure and fierce rage as the conversation murmured on. Oh, Va save us, what now? This hollow stuff is valuable? Someone else asked, incredulous. No. The value is in the contents. That was definitely Kessler again. The next few words were indecipherable. Then, also from Kessler, Here, take a look. Saker couldn't see what Kessler was showing them. He pulled a face, frustrated. More muttered words, then, I agree, they're certainly magnificent, yes, but what value can they have? What the rattling pox were they looking at? With a sudden movement, the Lascar pulled himself away from the crack and hauled himself up onto the bulging sacks to see better. In horror, Saker leapt upwards to grab his ankle before he'd crawled out of reach. He yanked as silently as he could, trying to draw the young man backwards. What in all the world was he trying to do? Get them both hanged? The Lascar kicked, but Saker was below him, well away from his flailing foot. Infuriated, the young man turned back and slashed with his dagger. Saker released his hold before the blade connected, and the Lascar wormed his way out of reach, heading across the sacks towards the merchants. And the Pontifex thought he was reckless? He was a model of circumspect decorum compared to this idiot of a tar. At that moment, he could have cheerfully murdered the fellow. Instead, he slipped down to the floor. Stepping over the shattered cask of turmeric, he headed through the maze of cargo towards the back wall of the warehouse and his dangling rope. Kessler was saying, But Regal Vilmar is a jackdaw, hoarding pretty things. He'll love the idea that King Edwayne will have to watch and fume while Ardreny's court women clamor after goods like these, at our price. Huge profits for Lomian merchants. Every nerve in Saker's body told him that in a moment, the relative quiet of the warehouse would vanish. These men would react violently when they realized their secret meeting had been overheard. What if they were armed with pistols, those newfangled wheel-lock ones that didn't need a naked flame to ignite the powder? If he climbed up on the bale to seize the end of his climbing rope, he'd be visible to anyone who looked his way. Worth it, or not? The Pontifex's words echoed in his ears. You're a spy, not a one-man army. In Va's name, try subtlety, Saker Rampion. Best to wait until the Lascar was seen, then escape in the ensuing confusion. No sooner had he made that decision than a child's voice echoed through the warehouse. Papa! Papa! Someone's been here! There's a broken barrel and yellow footprints! Come see! He winced. The fifth person. A child. At a guess, Uthan Kessler's 10-year-old son, Danis. He had no choice now. He hauled himself up the wall of bales, gripping with his knees and digging his fingertips into the burlap for purchase. Behind him, chairs scraped, enraged voices shouted. Kessler called out the boy's name, but it sounded as if he wasn't sure where the lad was in the maze of aisles. And then, a gasp behind him, just as he pulled himself onto the topmost bale. Lying flat, he looked back over the edge. He'd never seen Danis Kessler, but this had to be him. He was dressed in black, a miniature merchant, with silver buckles on his shoes and belt, his broad white collar trimmed with lace. They stared at each other. He hesitated, reluctant to use force to stop the boy yelling for his father. But Danis was silent, staring. Not at Saker's face, but at the medallion around his neck. It had fallen free through his torn shirt and now dangled over the edge of the bale. His cleric's emblem, the oak leaf within a circle. His immediate thought was that the lad would not recognize it, for it was a symbol of an Ardrenese witan, not a Lomian one. Ardrone and Lomir might share the same Va faith, but there were differences in the way they practiced it. The oak leaf was not used in Lomir. Beyond Danis, he caught a glimpse of the Lascar fumbling among the papers on the table on the other side of the warehouse. Their gazes met as the man found and snatched up what appeared to be a wooden rod. The merchants had scattered and were nowhere to be seen. Saker looked back at the boy to find that Danis Kessler knew the oak symbol after all. He was making the customary bow given to all clergy, with both hands clasped under his chin. Saker smiled down on him and raised a conspiratorial forefinger to his lips in a sign of silence. Briefly, he thought of directing the lad's attention to the Lascar to make his own escape easier, but dismissed the thought. Instead, he made a gesture of benediction. Obediently, the lad laid his hand over his heart in acceptance. Then he turned and walked away. Saker let out the breath he'd been holding, but his heart refused to stop thudding. He leapt for the rope and clawed his way up. The skin between his shoulder blades tingled as he imagined lead shot plowing into his back. He scrambled onto the beam and hauled the rope up behind him, frantic. How can they miss seeing me? But the merchants were still shouting at one another, their voices coming from all over the warehouse as they looked for Kessler's son. No one looked up. Kneeling on the beam, he untied the rope with fumbling fingers, his mouth dry. A movement low on the opposite wall near the desks caught his attention. The Lascar was on top of the ledger's shelving. Even as he watched, the youth began to climb. Saker froze. Va's teeth, how was he doing that? He knew sailors could climb rigging in the roughest of seas, but that wall was sheer, built of rough wood planks, and all the man had were his bare toes and fingers. And his dagger. He was carrying the stolen wooden rod, too, which he'd shoved down the front of his shirt so that the top of it poked up over his shoulder. Even that didn't seem to faze him. That must be the bamboo they were talking about. Fortunately for the Lascar, that corner was deeply shadowed, and so he remained unseen. Incredibly, he paused to look at Saker, who was keeping an eye on him as he slid back the loose shingles where he'd entered the warehouse. Their gazes met, and the Lascar removed the bamboo and waved it, grinning hugely, as if to say, "Look what I found." Saker winced, convinced the overconfident tar would plummet to the floor or be seen by the traders. Yet his luck appeared to hold. He scrambled up to the top of the wall where he pushed open the ventilation shutter. The gap would be just wide enough for him to squeeze through, but the morning light now slanted in to illuminate him. Va favors the bold, Saker thought. Still, on the other side, there was a sheer wall dropping straight on to a narrow walkway along the canal, and near certainty of being seen by the outside guards. Saker pushed his rope through the hole he'd made and prepared to wriggle out. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw one of the merchants rush past the table. His actions scattered papers and something else lying there. Something wispy. Gold-colored filaments fluttered in the air, as bright as sparks. Yelling, the man pointed a pistol at the Lascar and pulled the trigger. The noise was deafening. Looking over his shoulder, Saker saw the unharmed sailor one last time through the opening of the shutter. He was outside the warehouse, hanging onto a beam of the overhang. He made some sort of hand gesture just before he swung up onto the top of the roof, as agile as a squirrel. Saker thought it was a wave of farewell, but then he saw the flash of a dagger blade flying through the air. Not at any of the men below, but at him. Impossibly, it spiraled through the air, its point always facing his way. It whirred noisily as it came, and the merchants below swiveled to follow its passage. Saker hurtled himself upwards onto the roof. Something tugged at his trousers and scraped his leg. Grabbing up the rope and the coat he'd left there, he set off at a run up to the ridge of the warehouse roof. He heard doors crash open below, followed by shouts in the streets. He didn't stop. He was already on the roof of the neighboring warehouse when he heard the second pistol shot, followed almost immediately by the bang of an arquebus. He didn't look back, but he did look down. The wavy dagger was firmly stuck through his trousers below the knee, and his leg was stinging.
Chapter 1. It was all going so nicely, right up until the massacre. Sir Haort's cavalry of 200 spears fanned out through the small village, taking up positions between half-timbered houses in the uneven lanes that only the most charitable of surveyors would refer to as roads. The war horses slowed and then stopped in a decent approximation of unison, their riders sitting as stiff and straight in their saddles as the lances they braced against their stirrups. It was an unseasonably warm afternoon in the autumn, and after their long approach up the steep valley, soldier and steed alike dripped sweat, yet not a one of them removed their brass skullcap. Weapons, armor, and tack glowing in the fierce alpine sunlight, the faded crimson of their cloaks covering up the inevitable stains, the cavalry appeared to have ridden straight out of a tale or galloped down off one of the tapestries in the mayor's house. So they must have seemed to the villagers who peeked through their shutters anyway. To their colonel, Sir Haort, they looked like hired killers on horseback, barely possessed of sense to do as they were told most of the time. Had the knight been able to train war dogs to ride, he should have preferred them to the 15th Cavalry, given the amount of faith he placed in this lot. Not much, in other words. Not very much at all. He didn't care for dogs, either, but a dog you could trust, even if it was only to lick his balls. The hamlet sprawled across the last stretch of grassy meadow before the collision of two steep, bald-peaked mountains. Murky forest edged in on all sides, like a snare the wilderness had set for the unwary traveller. A typical mountain town here in the Kutumban Range, then, with only a low, reinforced stone wall to keep out the wolves, and what piddling avalanches the encircling slopes must bowl down at the settlement when the snows melted. Sir Haort had led his troops straight through the open gate in the wall, and up the main track to the largest house in the village, which wasn't saying a whole lot for the building. Fenced in by shedding rose bushes and standing a scant 2.5 stories tall, its windowless red brick face was broken into a grid by the black timbers that supported it. The mossy thatched roof rose up into a witch's hat, and set squarely in the centre like a mouth were a great pair of doors, tall and wide enough for 2 riders to pass through abreast without removing their helmets. As he reached the break in the hedge at the front of the house, Sir Haort saw that one of these oaken doors was ajar, but just as he noticed this detail, the door eased shut. Sir Haort smiled to himself, and, reining his horse in front of the rose bushes, called out in his deepest baritone, "I am Sir Ephraim Haort of Asgaroth, 15th Colonel of the Crimson Empire, come to council with the mayor's wife. I have met your Lord Mayor upon the road, and while he reposes at my camp—" Someone behind him snickered at that, but when Sir Haort turned in his saddle he could not locate which of his troops was the culprit. It might have even come from one of his 2 personal chainite guards, who had stopped their horses at the border of the thorny hedge. He gave both his guards and the riders nearest them the sort of withering scowl his father was overly fond of doling out. This was no laughing matter, as should have been perfectly obvious from the way Sir Heort had dealt with the hillbilly mayor of this shitburg. Ahem! Sir Heort turned back to the building and tried again. Whilst your Lord Mayor reposes at my camp, I bring tidings of great import. I must speak with the mayor's wife at once. Anything? Nothing. The whole town was silently, fearfully watching him from hiding. He could feel it in his aching thighs, but not a one braved the daylight either to confront or assist him. Peasants, what a sorry lot they were. I say again, Sir Heort called, goading his stallion into the mayor's yard and advancing on the double doors. As a colonel of the Crimson Empire and a knight of Askaroth, I shall be welcomed by the family of your mayor, or— Both sets of doors burst open, and a wave of hulking, shaggy beasts flooded out into the sunlight. They were on top of the Askarothian before he could wheel away or draw his sword. He heard muted bells, obviously to signal that the ambush was underway, and the hungry grunting of the pack, and— The cattle milled about him, snuffling his horse with their broad, slimy noses. But now that they had escaped the confines of the building, they betrayed no intention toward further excitement. Very sorry, sir, came a hillfolk-accented voice from somewhere nearby, and then a small, pale hand appeared amid the cattle, rising from between the bovine waves like the last, desperate attempt of a drowning man to catch a piece of driftwood. Then the hand seized a black coat, and a blond boy of perhaps 10 or 12 vaulted himself nimbly into sight, landing on the wide back of a mountain cow and twisting the creature around to face Sir Heort as effortlessly as the Askarothian controlled his warhorse. Despite this manifest skill and agility at play before him, the knight remained unimpressed. The mayor's wife, said Sir Heort. I am to meet with her. Now, is she in? I expect so, said the boy, glancing over his shoulder, checking the position of the sun against the lee of the mountains towering over the village, no doubt. Sorry again about my cows. They're feisty, sir. Had to bring 'em down early on account of a horned wolf being seen a few vales over, and I, didn't have the barn door locked as I should have. Spying on us, eh? Said Sir Heort. The boy grinned. Perhaps I'll let it slide this once if you go and fetch your mistress from inside. Mayoress is probably up in her house, sir, but I'm not allowed round there any more on account of my wretched behaviour, said the boy with obvious pride. This isn't her home? Heort eyed the building warily. No, sir, this is the barn. Another chuckle from one of his faithless troops. But Sir Heort didn't give whoever it was the satisfaction of turning in his saddle a second time. He'd find the culprit after the day's business was done, and then they'd see what came of having a laugh at their commander's expense. Like the rest of the 15th Regiment, the cavalry apparently thought their new colonel was green because he wasn't yet 20, but he would soon show them that being young and being green weren't the same thing at all. Now that their cowherd champion had engaged the invaders, gaily painted doors began to open, and the braver citizenry slunk out onto their stoops, clearly awestruck at the imperial soldiers in their midst. Sir Heort grunted in satisfaction. It had been so quiet in the hamlet that he had begun to wonder if the villagers had somehow been tipped off to his approach and scampered away into the mountains. "Where's the mayor's house, then?" he said, reins squeaking in his gauntlets as he glared at the boy. "See the trail there?" said the boy, pointing to the east. Following the lad's finger down a lane beside a longhouse, Sir Hjort saw a small gate set in the village wall, and beyond that a faint trail leading up the grassy foot of the steepest peak in the valley. "My glass, Portolais," said Sir Hjort, and his bodyguard walked her horse over beside his. Sir Hjort knew that if he carried the priceless item in his own saddlebag, one of his thuggish soldiers would likely find a way of stealing it, but not a one of them would dare try that shit with the burly war nun. She handed it over, and Sir Hjort withdrew the heavy brass hawk glass from its sheath. It was the only gift his father had ever given him that wasn't a weapon of some sort, and he relished any excuse to use it. Finding the magnified trail through the instrument, he tracked it up the meadow to where the path entered the surrounding forest. A copse of yellowing aspen interrupted the pines and fir, and, scanning the hawk glass upward, he saw that this vein of gold continued up the otherwise evergreen-covered mountain. "See it?" the cowherd said. "They live back up in there, not far." Sir Hjort gained a false summit and leaned against one of the trees. The thin trunk bowed under his weight, its copper leaves hissing at his touch, its white bark leaving dust on his cape. The series of switchbacks carved into the increasingly sheer mountainside had become too treacherous for the horses, and so Sir Hjort and his two guards, Brother Iqbal and Sister Portolais, had proceeded up the scarps of exposed granite on foot. The possibility of a trap had not left the night, but nothing more hostile than a hummingbird had showed itself on the hike, and now that his eyes had adjusted to the strangely diffuse light of this latest grove, he saw a modest, freshly whitewashed house perched on the lip of the next rock shelf, several 100 feet above them. Brother Iqbal laughed, and Sister Portolais cursed, yet her outburst carried more humor in it than his. Through the trees they went, and then made the final ascent. "Why," puffed Iqbal, the repurposed grain satchel slung over one meaty shoulder retarding his already sluggish pace. "In all the devils of Emeritus would a mayor live so far from his town?" "I can think of a reason or three," said Portolais, setting the head of her weighty maul in the path and resting against its long shaft. "Take a look behind us." Sir Hjort paused, amenable to a break himself. Even with only his comparatively light riding armor on, it was a real arsehole of a hike. Turning, he let out an appreciative whistle. They had climbed quickly, and spread out below them was the painting-perfect hamlet nestled at the base of the mountains. Beyond the thin line of its walls, the lush valley fell away into the distance, a meandering brook dividing East Ridge from west. Sir Hjort was hardly a single-minded, bloodthirsty brute, and he could certainly appreciate the allure of living high above one's vassals, surrounded by the breathtaking beauty of creation. Perhaps when this unfortunate errand was over, he would convert the mayor's house into a hunting lodge, whiling away his summers with sport and relaxation in the clean highland air. "Best vantage in the valley," said Portolais. "Give the head person plenty of time to decide how to greet any guests." "Do you think she's put on a kettle for us?" said Iqbal hopefully. "I could do with a spot of hunter's tea." "About this mission, Colonel." Portolais was looking at Sir Hjort but not meeting his eyes. She'd been poorly covering up her discomfort with phony bravado ever since he'd informed her what needed to be done here, and the knight could well imagine what would come next. "I wonder if the order—" "And I wonder if your church superiors gave me the use of you two anathemas so that you might hem and haw and question me at every pass, instead of respecting my command as an imperial colonel," said Sir Hjort, which brought bruise-hued blushes to the big woman's cheeks. Ascaroth has been a proud and faithful servant of the kings and queens of Samoth for near on a century, whereas your popes seem to revolt every other feast day. So remind me again, what use have I for your counsel?" Portolace muttered an apology, and Iqbal fidgeted with the damp sack he carried. "Do you think I relish what we have to do? Do you think I would put my soldiers through it if I had a choice? Why would I give such a command if it was at all avoidable? Why—" Sir Hjort was just warming to his lecture when a fissure of pain opened up his skull. Intense and unpleasant as the sensation was, it fled in moments, leaving him to nervously consider the witch-born pair. Had one of them somehow brought on the headache with their devilish ways? Probably not. He'd had a touch of a headache for much of the ride up, come to think of it, and he hadn't even mentioned the plan to them then. "Come on," he said, deciding it would be best to drop the matter without further pontification. Even if his bodyguards did have reservations, this mission would prove an object lesson that it is always better to rush through any necessary unpleasantness rather than drag your feet and overanalyze every ugly detail. "Let's be done with this. I want to be down the valley by dark, bad as that road is." They edged around a hairpin bend in the steep trail, and then the track's crudely hewn stair delivered them to another plateau and the mayor's house. It was similar in design to those in the hamlet, but with a porch overhanging the edge of the mild cliff and a low white fence. Pleasant enough, thought Sir Hjort, except that the fence was made of bone, with each outwardly bowed moose rib picket topped with the skull of a different animal. Owlbat skulls sat between those of marmot and hill fox, and above the door of the cabin rested an enormous one that had to be a horned wolf. When the cowherd had mentioned such a beast being spied in the area, Sir Hjort had assumed the boy full of what his cows deposited. But maybe a few still prowled these lonely mountains. What a thrill it would be to mount a hunting party for such rare game. Then the door beneath the skull creaked, and a figure stood framed in the doorway. "Well met, friends, you've come a long way," the woman greeted them. She was brawny, though not so big as Portolace, with features as hard as the trek up to her house. She might have been fit enough once in a country sort of way, when her long silvery hair was blonde or black or red and tied back in pigtails the way Hjort liked. But now she was just an old woman, same as any other, 50 winters young at a minimum. Judging from the tangled bone fetishes hanging from the limbs of the sole tree that grew inside the fence's perimeter, a tall, black-barked aspen with leaves as hoary as her locks, she might be a sorceress to boot. Iqbal returned her welcome, calling, "Well met, Mum, well met indeed. I present to you Sir Hjort of Ascaroth, 15th Colonel of the Crimson Empire." The anathema glanced to his superior, but when Sir Hjort didn't fall all over himself to charge ahead and meet a potential witch, Iqbal murmured, "She's just an old bird, sir. Nothing to fret about." "Old bird or fledgling, I wouldn't blindly stick my hand in an owlbat's nest," Portolace said, stepping past Sir Hjort and Iqbal to address the old woman in the crimson tongue. "In the names of the Pontiff of the West and the Queen of the Rest, I order you out here into the light, woman." "Queen of the Rest?" The woman obliged Portolace, stepping down the creaking steps of her porch and approaching the fence. For a mayor's wife, her checked dirndl was as plain as any village girl's. "And Pontiff of the West, is it? Last peddler we had through here brought tidings that Pope Shanatu's war wasn't going so well, but I gather much has changed. Is this sovereign of the rest, blessed whoever she be, still Queen Indsorith? And does this mean peace has once again been brokered?" "This bird hears a lot from her tree," muttered Sir Hjort. Then asked the woman, "Are you indeed the mayor's wife?" "I am Mayoress Vivi, wife of Labe," said she. "And I ask again, respectfully, to whom shall I direct my prayers when next I—" "The righteous reign of Queen Indsorith continues, blessed be her name," said Sir Hjort. "Pope Shanatu, blessed be his name, received word from on high that his time as shepherd of Samoth has come to an end, and so the war is over. His niece Jirella, blessed be her name, has ascended to her rightful place behind the onyx pulpit, and taken on the title of Pope Yoma III, Mother of Midnight, Shepherdess of the Lost." "I see," said the mayoress. "And in addition to accepting a rebel pope's resignation and the promotion of his kin to the same lofty post, our beloved Indsorith, long may her glory persist, has also swapped out her noble title? Queen of Samoth, Heart of the Star, Jewel of Diadem, Keeper of the Crimson Empire, for, Queen of the Rest?" The woman's faintly lined face wrinkled further as she smiled, and Portolace slyly returned it. "Do not mistake my subordinate's peculiar sense of humor for a shift in policy. The Queen's honorifics remain unchanged," said Sir Hjort, thinking of how best to discipline Portolace, if she thought that sort of thing flew with her commanding colonel just because there were no higher-ranked clerical witnesses to her dishonorable talk. The witch-born freak had another thing coming. He almost wished she would refuse to carry out his command, so he'd have an excuse to get rid of her altogether. In High Askarothian he said, "Portolace, return to the village and give the order. In the time it will take you to make it down, I'll have made myself clear enough." Portolace stiffened and gave Sir Hjort a pathetic frown that told him she'd been holding out hope that he would change his mind. Not bloody likely. Also in Askarothian, the war nun said, I'm just going to have a look inside before I do. Make sure it's safe, Colonel Hjort." "By all means, Sister Portolace. Welcome, welcome," said the older woman, also in that ancient and honorable tongue of Sir Hjort's ancestors. Unexpected, that. But then the star had been a different place when this biddy was in her prime, and perhaps she had seen more of it than just her remote mountain. Now that she was closer, he saw that her cheeks were more scarred than wrinkled, a rather gnarly one on her chin, and for the first time since their arrival, a shadow of worry played across the weathered landscape of her face. Good. "I have an old hound sleeping in the kitchen whom I should prefer you left to his dreams, but am otherwise alone. But, good Colonel, Labe was to have been at the crossroads this morning." Sir Hjort ignored the mayor's wife, following Portolace through the gate onto the walkway of flat, colourful stones that crossed the yard. They were artlessly arranged. The first order of business would be to hire the mason who had done the bathrooms at his family estate in Coxbar, or maybe the woman's apprentice, if the hoity-toity artisan wasn't willing to journey 100 leagues into the wilds to retile a walk. A mosaic of miniature animals would be nice, or maybe indigo shingles could be used to make it resemble a creek. But then they had forded a rill on their way up from the village, so why not have somebody trace it to its source and divert it this way, have an actual stream flow through the yard? It couldn't be that hard to have it come down through the trees there and then run over the cliff beside the deck, creating a miniature waterfall that— "Empty," said Portolace, coming back outside. Sir Hjort had lost track of himself. It had been a steep march up, and a long ride before that. Portolace silently moved behind the older woman, who stood on the walk between Sir Hjort and her house. The matron looked nervous now, all right. "My husband, Labe, Colonel Hjort. Did you meet him at the crossroads?" Her voice was weaker now, barely louder than the quaking aspens. That must be something to hear as one lay in bed after a hard day's hunt, the rustling of those golden leaves just outside your window. "New plan," said Sir Hjort, not bothering with the more formal Asgarothian, since she spoke it anyway. "Well, it's the same as the original, mostly, but instead of riding down before dark, we'll bivouac here for the night." Smiling at the old woman, he said, "Do not fret, Mrs. Mayor, do not fret. I won't be garrisoning my soldiers in your town, I assure you. Camp them outside the wall when they're done. We'll ride out at first." The thought of sleeping in on a proper bed occurred to him. "Noon. We ride at noon tomorrow. Report back to me when it's done." "Whatever you're planning, sir, let us parley before you commit yourself," said the old woman, seeming to awaken from the anxious spell their presence had cast upon her. She had a stern bearing he wasn't at all sure he liked. "Your officer can surely tarry a few minutes before delivering your orders, especially if we are to have you as our guests for the night. Let us speak, you and I. And no matter what orders you may have, no matter how pressing your need, I shall make it worth your while to have listened." Portolace's puppy dog eyes from over the woman's shoulder turned Sir Hjort's stomach. At least Iqbal had the decency to keep his smug gaze on the old woman. "Whether or not she is capable of doing so, Sister Portolace will not wait," said Sir Hjort shortly. "You and I are talking, and directly, make no mistake. But I see no reason to delay my subordinate." The old woman looked back past Portolace, frowning at the open door of her cabin, and then shrugged, as if she had any say at all in how this would transpire. Flashing a patently false smile at Sir Hjort, she said, "As you will, fine sir. I merely thought you might have use for the sister as we spoke, for we may be talking for some time." Fallen Mother have mercy, did every single person have a better idea of how Sir Hjort should conduct himself than he did? This would not stand. "My good woman," he said, "it seems that we have even more to parley than I previously suspected. Sister Portolace's business is pressing, however, and so she must away before we embark on this long conversation you so desire. Fear not, however, for the terms of supplication your husband laid out to us at the crossroads shall be honored, reasonable as they undeniably are. Off with you, Portolace." Portolace offered him one of her sardonic salutes from over the older woman's shoulder, and then stalked out of the yard, looking as petulant as he'd ever seen her. Iqbal whispered something to her as he moved out of her way by the gate, and wasn't fast enough in his retreat when she lashed out at him. The war nun flicked the malformed ear that emerged from Iqbal's pale tonsure, like the outermost leaf of an overripe cabbage, rage rendering her face even less appealing, if such a thing was possible. Iqbal swung his heavy satchel at her in response, and although Portolace dodged the blow, the dark bottom of the sackcloth misted her with red droplets as it whizzed past her face. If the sister noticed the blood on her face, she didn't seem to care. Dragging her feet down the precarious trail, her maul slung over one hunched shoulder. "My husband," the matron whispered. And, turning back to her, Sir Hjort saw that her wide eyes were fixed on Iqbal's dripping sack. "Best if we talk inside," said Sir Hjort, winking at Iqbal and ushering the woman toward her door. Come. I have an absolutely brilliant idea about how you and your people might help with the war effort, and I'd rather discuss it over tea." "You said the war was over," the woman said numbly, still staring at the satchel. So it is, said Sir Hjort. But the effort needs to be made to ensure it doesn't start up again, what? Now, what do you have to slake the thirst of servants of the Empire, home from the front? She balked, but there was nowhere to go, and so she led Sir Hjort and Brother Ickball inside. It was quiet in the yard, save for the trees and the clacking of the bone fetishes when the wind ran its palm down the mountain's stubbly cheek. The screaming didn't start until after Sister Portoles had returned to the village, and down there they were doing enough of their own to miss the echoes resonating from the mayor's house.
This has been an Ashed audio production of A Dance of Chaos, written by David Dalglish, read by Elijah Alexander, produced by Blackstone Audio Inc., production supervised by Christine M. Farrell. A Dance of Chaos is also available in print and as an e-book from Orbit, a division of Ashed Book Group. Text copyright 2015 by David Dalglish. The Laskar's Dagger excerpt, text copyright 2014 by Glenda Lark. A Crown for Cold Silver excerpt, text copyright 2015, Alex Marshall. Audio production copyright 2015, Ashed Audio, all rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher is unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.